12. Oh, what a shot! What a way to finish the session!
The Maxi with a big finish. And there it is. Delightful dance.
You might want to stay in your seats.
Good morning, welcome along to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. The race for the ADC Global Championship has entered its second week and the second day of its season moving day in Group A. And perhaps the two fancied horses going into the week are the two players at the top of the table, Marvin van Velzen and Gary Stone, with a share for the lead entering the middle days action. Alongside me, as he has been throughout the course of these championships, is the 2015 BDO World Champion, Scott Mitchell. Scott, first things first, let's get some thoughts and reflections on yesterday, where the big two at the beginning of play, Gary Stone and Marvin van Velzen, pretty much dominated.
Yeah, they did. They pretty much set the stall out nice and early, and I think Gary Stone had a slow start. He got there in the end, and he sat there at the top on points with Marvin van Velzen. But I think Marvin lived a little bit of a charmed life yesterday on reputation, because his average is far lower than what Gary Stone's was.
And not just that, we're going to look at some of the good points for Marvin now, but there was a lot of missed doubles in there yesterday, but he was allowed to get away, as you say, with a lot of opportunities.
Well, everybody was missing doubles yesterday. I don't know whether it was because it was day one. It just seemed to be everybody giving everybody chances, and some were taking them and some weren't. But a very unusual day on the outer ring yesterday. The double stats are really not anything to write home about for any player.
So Marvin van Velzen, top of the table, alongside Gary Stone, who yesterday was by far the power scorer.
Yeah, very much so. He outscored people, but when he was, like I say, when he was getting to that double outer ring, he was given chances. And today, I don't think he'll be able to get away with that. Everybody's a little bit more settled. I think if he offers up chances today, I think the players are going to take them from him.
So Gary Stone is alongside Marvin van Velzen at the top of the table. We can have a look at that now. James Welding in third position. He won 3 from 5 yesterday. What would be your assessment of his progress?
I think he was creeping up on people yesterday. He was sort of like not scoring particularly well, and then all of a sudden he'd bang in 2 scores and hit a double. So I think James has got scope to get better. But I think he'll be happy with the 3 out of 5 he had yesterday. It was a good start, and you can't be sort of winning the group on day one, but you can be out of it, and he's certainly still in the mix.
Well, let's have a look at the odds and see what the bookmakers think about today's action. Perhaps not a surprise that Marvin and Gary are the two outstanding favourites to go on and win the group.
No, not at all. I think they showed no different yesterday, and I think the bookies kind of got it right yesterday that they felt they were going to be the two outstanding one. The one that got us was Donny Shearwater, who had the most amazing average in his first game to beat Adam Mould. He had a 95-something average. And then the rest of the day never even got near it. He was looking good value yesterday after game 1. But we can see that because of the 4 games he played after, he's back down at 66-1 for the group, and quite rightly so.
The top 2 play the bottom 2 in the first couple of matches. There's a real possibility that if it goes the way of Marvin and Gary, that we could have some real table separation early on.
Yeah, it is looking that way. I think that Marvin had a game last night that he won, which was the last game on. That's the first game again today. And, of course, he can then go top by 2 points and make Gary Stone chase him, which I think if Marvin wants to finish top, that's what he's going to have to do. But, yeah, they've got a good chance to gap the rest of the field, and then those games between the two of them on Wednesday and today could be crucial about who goes through.
Right, I shall see you in the commentary box in a few moments' time. Well, the race for global supremacy here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth continues. The Global Championship culminates on Sunday afternoon as a 1:30 start ahead of a 2 p.m. first toe to the occupancy, who is going to lift the £25,000 top prize. And it is a trophy worth winning. Well, it all builds up to Sunday's grand finale here at the Live Lounge in Ports. A reminder of the start time, 1:30 we begin our coverage. The first start will be thrown at 2 p.m. And these two players will be hoping to be there by hook or by crook on Sunday. Marvin van Velzen will have lofty expectations that he's going to be playing in the big occasion, just like he did in the Modus Super Series in Series A, where he'd go on to lift the title. He could win his second £25,000 jackpot of the year. Well, as for even springboard Paulson, the 62-year-old from Slangerup in Denmark, our Northern European qualifier, he takes on the Terminator, who is back on the Live Lounge stage. The 24-year-old from Poljijk in the Netherlands, qualified courtesy of his success at the Benelux Open. And he's hoping to have success on a global stage once again here in the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. That's a man that's graced many a world stage in the past. The experienced Paul Hinks
First leg Ivan to throw first.
is in charge of the action up until the finish of this year's Global Championship. Scott Mitchell is alongside me in commentary this morning and for the rest of the week. And Marvin van Velzen, you'd
54.
imagine, will expect to make a real kick today.
Yeah, that's what I think he's planning. I know Marvin quite well from years by, and I know that he'll be looking to up his average on what he was yesterday. I'm sure that he feels that he lived a little bit of a charmed life yesterday. I think he ran something like an 80 average all day, but still managed to be top of the tree. So you could say that's on reputation, and the other players know that he is one of the top dogs in the group.
60.
But it's one of those that Marvin won't be happy with. And Ivan yesterday, he kind of started slowly, and
125.
once you lose games, start losing games here, it becomes a habit, particularly when you're going on and playing, and then you got 2 games off, and then you play again. Something that players
61.
are not used to doing. Usually you get knocked out and you go home. You got all day to think about, all night to think about it in your hotel or wherever you are. Come back next morning, fresh-faced, bushy-tailed, and start again. And
54.
he doesn't have that liberty, does Ivan. So that's something he would have got used to yesterday, and hopefully he can sort that today.
$91.
Well, Marvin first to finish in this opening leg. He's left himself on the fish after 12, but Paulson on throw should leave him much more handier from here.
91.
He will leave himself on a
170.
2-darter, but can Van Velzen raise the roof at the beginning of day 2 by pinning the big fish in the opening leg of the day? Another one of them would have given him a go with the bullseye.
140.
He's left
Ivan
himself
Carr,
on a double if
77.
Paulson cannot take out this 77. One darter, double top for the Dane.
57.
Would
Marvin
be for a
Carr,
great
30.
start.
It'll be a good start for Van Velzen if he gets this double 15, or is he going to 10 it up? No, he's going straight at it.
Game shown on the
Nicely
first leg.
done.
Marvin van Velzen.
Break a throw early doors.
Second
And
leg Marvin to throw first. Game on.
Paulson already up against it from the get-go, really, this morning.
Well, Marvin did start well yesterday. He beat Gary Stone in the first game of the session by 4 legs to 2. With an average of 91.5, was 4 for 9 on his doubles, including that 1-2-6 checkout that we saw at the beginning of the programme. Did beat even by 4 legs to 0 in the final match of the session.
122.
An average of 81.24 was more than enough for the Dutchman to accrue the points in that particular clash.
140.
Now, for those at the BDI Munkster, you may have seen yesterday that Marvin van Velzen was wearing a candy watch. Well, he's gone back to a normal watch. Maybe where he was staying, the food options weren't too great.
140. Marvin 59.
Yeah, I think it's more to the fact that he forgot to put his watch on, and he usually has something on that wrist. And what a fine watch that is too. And he, so he had like one of those elastic candy sort of sweet wristband things. So
49.
just so that he had something on his
90.
wrist.
Maybe thinking no sugar following those couple of misses because it's allowed springboard Paulson, a springboard back in the match. He's unable to locate treble 15 after
38.
a miss straight with dart 1.
10.
And so Van Velzen back for double 5 to double his lead in this opening contest of the morning. This is kind of indicative of his day yesterday. The scoring wasn't too much of an issue,
52.
but his doubling left a lot to be desired. And it's allowed his Danish opponent an opportunity to level up. Now had a dart at the back end of
42.
both legs as even
Marvin
Paulson,
Lucar,
but
4.
unable to take either of the opportunities he's had. So double 2 for Van Velzen to make it 2-0.
Getting shot
And
in the second
eventually
leg,
crosses the
Marvin
line.
Van Velzen.
Was on for potential 11 darter not too long ago. Gets it done in 17
So
to
the guy
double the
been through
lead.
first. Game on.
Yeah, Paulson will be ruined a little bit here. He's had possibilities of being 2-0 up himself.
55.
You have to take those chances. Does the man from Slanger up in Denmark?
$180.
As you mentioned, no issue at all with the score, and that's Marvin's second max of the contest so far.
41. $45.
It does feel like Marvin's darting life has changed very quickly. He's gone from a player that maybe went under the radar to, because of his successes in the Super Series, somebody
100.
that's been shunned into the limelight. And that can be a difficult transition to make.
Yeah, it can. And another thing, he's probably favourite for the group, and that's something that he won't have ever been used to.
140.
But he's quite rightly favourite for the group for the way that he's performed during the Super Series. And you don't become a week winner and then a series champion if you can't
45.
throw here. So
Marvin Lucar, 136.
his opponents are very wary of him, but of course he's then got to live up to the billing.
Well, won his Super Series title, very much under the radar. Champions Night, which involved the likes of Jimmy Majski, Connor
50.
Scott, Steve West. He was kind of floating under that radar, but has now really made a big name for himself because of his big success. And he's looking to
60.
open up a big lead
Marvin
here.
Lucar, 86.
He's got 6 darts of 86 to get the double breaker throw and a 3-0 lead. He's leaving himself in handy positions after a decent number of darts.
Getting
He
shot in the
fires
third
in a
leg, Marvin
15
Van
there. No
Velzen.
mistake that time on the doubles. 3-0 Van Velzen.
Yeah, lots
Ball
better
with
for
Marvin
Van
to throw
Velzen there.
first. Game on.
Good breaker throw, and now a simple hold, and he is opening his campaign today and saying, right, guys, I'm going to be top of the table at come the end. You've got to come and get me.
95.
Game 1 of 15 that we're going to see today here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth for the ADC Global Championship. The second of 3
131.
sessions in this Group A. Then the top player will progress through to Saturday's qualifying night. Second and third will play Group B.
125.
Then 4th, 5th and 6th will play Group C. That will be on Thursday and Friday afternoon. And the 4 semi-finalists from Saturday's
62.
action will participate in Sunday's grand final here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. That will be a 2 o'clock start. 1:30 our coverage begins on Pluto TV.
99.
Pretty much close to a sellout here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
Yeah, well, local man Adam Lipscomb in that last
140.
8 guaranteed. It's It's always going to have a few in here on Sunday for that.
Well, Van Velzen, 6 starts, so 182 to
44.
see the match through. Despite those 7 missed starts at a double, his average still in excess of 90. I think he'll be satisfied enough of his opening performance, but we'll know that there is
135.
glaring room for
Marvin
improvement.
138.
Yeah, this one ended 4-0 yesterday. Although
98. Ivan
Paulson has given himself a chance to have this leg on 33. I think he's double checking what's gone on there.
I tell you what, he was in some senses lucky with that first start. He didn't bust the score.
25. Marvin 40.
Yeah, and it always makes it difficult for your double if you don't hit the big numbers.
To round off a comprehensive display, it finished 4-0 to Marvin Van Velzen in this fixture yesterday. And it finishes 4-0 here. The former Super Series champion on the board in the first game of the session. Marvin Van Velzen gets the better of Ivan Paulson by 4 legs to 0. Doing so with an average just under the 90 mark. I think he will take that for the opening effort, but know that there is room for improvement. Coming up after the break, Donny Shawwater and Gary Stone. Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship, where before the break, Marvin van Velzen got his campaign for the day underway with a 4-0 victory over Denmark's Even Paulson. Our second match sees Gary Stone and Donny Shawwater go toe-to-toe. For Donny, the 26-year-old from Dordrecht in the Netherlands, qualified for the Dutch Darts Tour at the end of 2024, takes on Gary Stone, the 43-year-old from Larkhall in Scotland, qualified through his ADC Order of Merit ranking, number 2 at the end of the year. Fresh off the back of an appearance at the Lakeside, he's looking for better fortune here at the Global Championship than he did around about a fortnight
Looks
ago.
like Donny to through first. Game on.
Last time he was here, he was at the Tour Championship finals, and I have to say, played
84.
fairly well at that tournament, but I suppose in typically Gary Stone fashion, couldn't quite make any change for it. Lost out
100.
to the eventual champion of that event, Andy Bolton, in the semi-finals after a superb win over Darryl Pilgrim in the quarters.
174.
But for Donny, what did you make of his opening day yesterday, Scott?
Well, I've got to be honest, I really got
140.
excited yesterday when we saw him second game on against Adam Mould, because he beat Adam Mould 4-0 and he had a 95-4-3, and I thought, wow, we found another. This guy is amazing. And then he just kind of tailed off. It didn't look like he was going to repeat that average. He just didn't do anything. So I'm hoping today that he comes out and we start seeing more of that 95 average, because that would really shake the group up.
Bullseye.
96. Donny O'Carl 52.
What to be for Gary, and so Donny to save his throw, looking at 52. Has a fancy for double 18.
34.
But either that or double 9 could be found, and so Gary was looking for one to leave double 12, but has left himself back with 7 in hand, and so double 2 to take the opening leg against throw.
21.
Not to be.
Donny O'Carl 18.
Now, this is what I commented on top of the show, that Gary Stone had been offering opportunities.
14. Gary O'Carl 4.
And he's offered an opportunity, and Donny has not taken that at all.
No score. Donny O'Carl 4.
Well, somehow that didn't find a way through, and similar to the opening game of the session, which has kind of painted the story of the week, we've got a leg where both players are struggling on the doubles. To the madhouse.
Getting shown the first leg, Donny Shawwater.
And Donny Shawwater goes a leg in front.
Second leg, Gary to through
Yeah,
first.
Gary
Game on.
Stone gave the leg up, really, didn't he? With his inability to hit on the outer ring. 5 darts at a double he had there,
136.
with none finding its desired location.
One of them, Foxy.
I had a theory yesterday. Well, Jack Garwood ably stepped in for you yesterday, Henry. I said to him, I said, I think this
One of
Donny
them,
is good
Foxy.
if he gets in front. Well, he's 1-0 up. We'll see if I'm right.
Yeah, thanks to
60.
Jack Garwood and to Chris Murphy for filling into the void.
57.
Put it this way, you wouldn't have wanted me in the building yesterday.
I wonder we want you in the building anyway, but there's another story.
One of them, Foxy.
No, you were sorely missed, Henry, and yeah, able job done by Jack Garwood. I thought he did a great job yesterday.
68. Donny O'Carl 161.
161 for Donny. Trouble 17. Bullseye. Slight pause. The line was okay, but the length was too
131,
high.
100. $90. Donny car 30.
Once again, Gary Stone. That's a double go begging.
No score. Donny car 10.
Well, so far in this game, we've played leg and a half. There's been 17. Now make it 18 missed starts at a double. Make it
6.
19.
Donny car 30.
Well, you don't get better opportunities than this, Donny.
Getting shot on the second leg.
This
Donny
time takes it, but he himself is hardly
Well,
being
Donny
prolific
through
on the
first.
outer
Come
ring.
on.
2 from 13 for him for his 2-0 lead. Gary Stone, none from 9. It's a kind of story we were seeing yesterday.
43.
And I thought today the players would be a little sharper on their doubling, but it's not starting out that way.
140. $95. $81. $90. $140.
This bit Stone has no problem with the scoring.
$103. Got your car 140.
140 for Stone. Not to beat. And perhaps there be a divine irony.
100. Donny your car 170.
After all the missed doubles we've seen in this contest, Donny excuse me, pins the big fish.
59. Got your car 40. Game shot in the third leg. Gary Stone. Fourth Gary to through first. Game on. $40. $56. $40. $80.
Only
57.
2-1-2 the good. Gary trying to find a route back in the match, but how many times does it happen when you have one issue in the game and you try and fix that, particularly when it's the finishing, does the scoring go awry? And that's what it feels like is happening right now for the Scot.
119. $39.
Stone making mistakes with the scoring, and
44.
Donny's not really punishing him. He's not able to do anything about it himself.
$82.
Well, it's a good last start, but it's not a dart that's going to leave him on a finish. And so Stone has got 6 darts here from 201 to level this game up at 2-2. They utilise the bullseye here to leave himself on a 2-darter, but decides to stay upstairs.
$96. Got your car
Again,
101.
last start save at the end of a visit for Donny. Stone looking at the day's first ton topper. If he can hit tops,
81.
there would have been
Donny
to have hit
O'Carr,
back.
70.
So now with a bit of pressure on Donny, 70. Is he going to take it out? Is that what he needed?
Game shot
Yeah,
on the
looks
fourth
like it
leg.
is.
Donny
It's 3-1 to Donny Shearwater. Stone
Looks
is
like Donny to through first.
having a Richie Burnett moment there and can't believe what's going on.
Game on.
Donny with the darts for the match. It was a game that was won by Gary Stone yesterday by 4 legs to 1.
96.
But if Donny can win this leg, then it'll be a reversal of those fortunes. Pretty much pinning a treble a visit at this present moment in time, Donny. And
81.
the way Gary's played, it's seemingly been more than enough.
$100. $57. $58. $60.
Yeah, trebleless visit there for Stone, and that was not what he ordered. Really needed something in the treble
100.
variety. And now Shearwater has got 147 left on the board.
60. Donny O'Carr,
Stone, another
147.
trebleless visit of any importance. So 147 coming in.
57.
57 scored, leaving 90 for Shearwater.
60. Donny O'Carr, 90.
He got 9 from here then.
All the space and time that one could want to complete a 4-1 victory. A
58.
game which at the beginning and the onset was marred by missed doubles, but it's Donny that's been the one that's been able to settle into proceedings more than his opponent. For Gary, it means that
100. Donny
would
O'Carr,
lose
32.
vital ground on Marvin Van Vel's at the top of the table if he loses it. But for Donny Shearwater, just like yesterday,
Game
he
shot in the
kicks
match,
off
Donny
with a big
Shearwater.
win. It was 4-0 against Adam Mould on Monday. It's 4-1 against Gary Stone today. Donny out the traps. All guns are blazing. A 4-1 success against Gary Stone. A match that was marred by a posse of missed doubles. But it is Donny that has donned the point in the end. Coming up after the break, it's James Welding up against Adam Mould.
Welcome back here to Portsmouth in the live lounge for the ADC Global Championship Week 2, and we're on Group A, and it's day 2, and we've had a couple of matches already today. And if you've just joined us, in the last game, Donny Shearwater overturned Gary Stone, who was level at top of the table 4-1. Marvin van Velzen won his first game 4-0, so Marvin now sits at the top of the table out on his own. But we see James Welding now taking on Adam Mould. Adam Mould, the 36-year-old from Aylesbury. Qualification through the ADC UK ranking system at number 3. James Welding, the man from Wigan, takes him on. He's in 3rd place in the table, level with Adam Mould. So this one has significance. And maybe a table jump for one or the other. And James Welding's route here to the Global Championship was also
81
through the ADC UK ranking. He was number 5. So a surprise win in the last game for Donny Shearwater, who played excellently at the start of yesterday and really tailed off and had 4 losses on the bounce. So to go and beat the table topper, Gary Stone, was opened the table right up.
Very much up for interpretation as we kick off game 3 of our session. Adam Mould would have looked at this group and probably would have liked the prospect of possibly winning it, definitely getting into a Group B position. 96. But day 1 didn't quite correlate for him. Just 4 points from his 5 matches. As for James Welding, his second appearance on this live loud stage, did play
100
at the Super Series in the previous series, played in a Group C scenario, where the first day was quite good for him.
134, Adam Milcar,
in a tie for the lead going into day 2, but just didn't quite work out for him.
$58, James Milcar, 56.
Mould opens up his 180 account already for today. He was the top of the table in the 180s yesterday 46. With 12 180s. So he's added one today, 13, and that is by far and away a long way above the rest of the group for 180s. So look out for Mouldy in his 180s today.
On the first leg, Adam Mould.
He takes the double out nicely, and
second leg, Adam to throw first.
When Adam has a throw, we commented yesterday, you look at his dart and it's quite an unusual dart. It's got like a bulbous sort of front on it.
60.
If you look, Gary Stone's is very similar. So not only do you not usually see that dart, we've now got 2 of very similar looking in 83. The same week.
Matthew Edgar likes to call it the spring onion points.
95.
Ah, very good. Yeah, very good. Edgar knows his onions.
42.
Yeah, I'm sure he's going to get some flashbacks when he watches the afternoon session at Alexandra Palace, because the reigning Super Series champion, Darius Labanauskas, is going to be in action at the Palace.
140.
In fact, there's a fair few Super Series regulars that are going to be playing today at the World Championship.
85.
Jim Long, Nolan van Leuven, playing in the afternoon session. The aforementioned Darius. And then in the evening session, Wesley Plazier, 75. Who we've seen here in 2024, plays Peter Wright, and Fallon Sherrick is in action against Ryan Meikle. I don't know whether you heard, but the winner of that game plays Luke Littler.
80, Adam Milcar, 131.
Not going to go this time for Adam Mould.
55.
On the way in this morning on the radio, I heard that Madame Tussauds have announced a Luke Littler Waxworks coming for 2025.
71.
Luke's been working with them over the last 6 months developing it. And he just wants it to look like him and not look like somebody else. Well, and be a proper likeness.
Getting shot on the second leg.
So Mouldy takes a 2-0 lead there with a nice 76 kill.
Third leg, James is looking first. Game on.
Much more assured today, much more confident.
140.
Yeah, who'd have thought it? A dart player getting a Waxworks in Madame Tussauds.
140.
That's exactly what he's done for the game, and that's an interesting thought because obviously it's BBC Sports Personality of the Year tonight, and what an interesting time to release the fact that they're going to have a Waxworks.
Well, if you look at the newspapers, they reckon it's a straight race between him and Keely Hodgkinson. And no disrespect to Luke, but Keely Hodgkinson is quite fast when it comes to
60.
racing.
Luke Littler's quite fast when it comes to throwing.
And Animal has been quite fast in terms of building a lead, and he's got 6 starts here for 2-2-1 to
42.
make it 3-0, but not leaving himself an outshot there has now basically reversed this leg. And so Welding now has a couple of visits to
94.
half the deficit to 2-1. Quality contest this, 97 and 99 the averages towards the end of the third leg.
44. James McCart 82.
Welding has missed a couple of darts at a double in this match.
Getting
But
shown
is
the
it going to
third
miss
leg,
double
James
5
Welding.
there to bring it back to 2-1?
Fourth leg Adam to through first. Game on.
That's the perfect first dart usually for Adam. Sat top of the bed. He
140.
can usually invite another or a couple more to join.
44. $58. 59. 133.
So the big fish left by Adam Mould.
82. Adam McCart 170.
And he has got time in his hands to open up a 3-1 advantage in this contest. And a couple of visits he's going to
60.
need. So not left himself below the ton mark. Johnny Welding could have punished his
100.
fire
Adam McCart
maximum.
110.
And so Mould to hold and to open up a 3-1 lead. Looking at treble 17, which would have afforded him a dart at tops if he hit. He's
78.
now going to leave himself on double 16 to re-establish a 2-leg gap in this match.
85. Adam McCart 32.
He's 2 out of 3 on the doubles up to now.
Game shown the fourth leg. Adam Mould.
Now he's 3 out of 5. As Mould takes
leg, James,
a
to throw
3-1
first.
lead
Game on.
here.
It's just a solid performance, isn't it? The doubling's okay,
55.
the scoring's okay. 93.5 the average. If you were to say to Adam Mould, this is your opening performance, you then go on to get the points, I think he'll be very, very satisfied.
57.
Yeah, I agree with that.
96.
I watched James Welding. He just had this tendency of sneaking up from nowhere, putting in a big score and then a treble double combo, and he just has a way of doing that. He did it a couple of times yesterday, and it's lovely to have in your repertoire.
85. 100. 95.
Well, the first to finish may not have to take out the big fish this time. He can set up if he so wishes.
58. James McCart 170.
Extend this game furthermore and to force Adam Mould to serve it out.
140.
He is himself on a double. The double is precarious one on double 50, but it's a double nonetheless. And Mould has applied some
140,
multiple
Jimmy
pressure if this doesn't go.
Yeah, he really has.
Game
But it
shot
does
on the
go
fifth
on,
leg,
and
James Welding.
this is kind of what Welding was doing yesterday. Giving people a little head
Sixth leg,
start,
Adam
and then he
through
was
first.
having the
Game on.
capabilities of it waking him up and him coming back into the game.
But now this is the leg where Adam Mould has the darts to get the job done.
140.
And a ton 40 to start puts James Welding in all sorts of bother.
125.
But credit to him, he follows up closely and kind.
$64. $100. $140.
Yeah, nice shooting there from Adam Mould. Putting the pressure on Welding.
44.
Welding
Under the
goes
car,
troubleless, so it's 6
157.
from here for Mould.
Well, it's been the best game
89.
of the day so far. Mould averaging over 93.5, 3 from 5 when it's come to his finishing, and
80. Under the car, 68.
now has the opportunity to see this contest through if he could pin this 68. One dart in his hand, the double 16 to round it off.
52. James Car, 152.
Match start miss, but if Welding's going to take us all the way, he needs to pull something out the fire, and the 152 will not be the
78.
ticket.
Under the car,
And so
16.
Mould, double 8 to seal the job, to seal the win, and to complete what has been a polished display to start his day.
Game shot in the match. Adam
Mouldy is on the board. There was nothing smelly about that performance at all. Averaging in excess of 90, 50% on the doubles. I think he'll take that for starters. 6 points now to his name. 4 off of Marvin van Velzen at the top of the group. But perhaps pertinently as well, in terms of the race of Group B, just a couple off of Gary Stone in second, and now level on points with James Welding following that result. Both players averaging in excess of 90, both players 50% of the doubles, but it is Mould that seals the points. Gary Stone and even Paulson comes up next. Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship here on Pluto TV. Before the break, we saw Adam Mole get the better of James Welding by 4 legs to 2. That brought to an end the opening cycle of matches. We kick off round 2 with a meeting between Gary Stone and Evan Paulson. It's Scotland and Denmark going toe-to-toe in our 4th meeting of the morning. 2 players that are looking to get on the board following defeats in their opening matches. Gary going down 4-1 to Donny whilst Evan Paulson lost out by 4 legs to 0 to Marvin van Velzen. So somebody has got to get themselves up and running. Somebody's going to have to pick up that first win of the day.
Game on.
And for Gary Stone, if he's to keep pace with MVV at the top of the table, you get the sense that this is a must-win matchup for him.
One of them, folksy.
Yeah, very much so. And it's an important time to do it with Van Velzen on next. They would go level on points.
One of them, folksy.
But as we know here from our experiences in the past, sometimes
91.
the lesser players, once there's nothing for them really to play for, they start to throw with a bit of freedom and start to upset groups. And I'm wondering if we're going to see a bit
44.
of that from Shearwater and Paulson as the day goes on.
Well, they've got this double sense
100.
of freedom, haven't they? And on debut, this is all new, all alien to them, so they can go out there and enjoy it. And maybe if they don't feel like they've got too much to play
41.
for, they can just play with that more relaxed nature and maybe try and reset for Group C. And I think the other thing that should also be in play, particularly for the players that are making their first appearance
41.
in the building, is the fact that if they play well enough here, they may harbour a invitation to the Modus Super Series in 2025.
Yeah, but is that a plus or is that a negative and adds extra pressure? That's the question, Henry. Us players think a little bit different than you commentators when we're down there trying to provide the action. And
47.
a decent shot here, 100 or anything like. Oh, lovely.
100.
We'll see.
Gary 82.
Paulson pressure the Gary Stone attempt. 17 for double top now then. Double top coming in.
42. Ivan Ukar 76.
Not to be this time, so Gary Stone offers another opportunity. 76 to Paulson. That's a 5, Ivan.
$36.
Trouble 17 there to leave himself a double 10. And so Stone looking at tops to take a 1-0 lead.
Getting shown the
He's
first leg.
10
Gary
darts
Stone.
at the outer ring in his defeat to Donny Shearwater, but he's up and running here.
Second leg, Ivan to through first. Game on.
And he must know that's the problem. He must know that's the problem from yesterday and today. And if he sharpens up on those bits, his average was higher than
One of them, folksy.
most yesterday. He was sort of 4 or 5 points averages above everybody else. So had he been
91.
hitting doubles yesterday, he'd have been up in the 90s as a running average for the day and pretty much dominating the group.
Well, his overall numbers for the day yesterday, 86.76, and that was
85.
despite hitting only 26% of the doubles he went for. 18 hits from 67 attempts yesterday for the Scot.
100.
He's indicative, as you say, of the sheer scoring power that he possessed at times.
One of them, folksy.
For Ivan, of course, he wants to be successful this week, but I feel like he's going to learn a lot from just the experience of playing in this competition.
One of them.
The experience of playing top players like Gary Stone, who even when Paulson has a good leg, puts him under pressure. Double 8 for 136.
128. Gary Ukar 130.
Snatched at it a little, didn't he? A bit of shoulder in that one.
Well, he's left himself a double after 12 on throw.
94. Ivan Hooker 8.
As we've mentioned so many times, the secret formula to win matches by and large is hold within 15, break within 12. And because he couldn't hold in 15, he may well be broken because Stone has left himself on a double after 12. 2 9s. You can see the grimace on his face and the frustration
29.
is palpable.
Ivan Hooker 4.
To the point where he even lacked on the big number.
No score.
And
Gary
because of the
O'Connor,
frustration
7.
boiling over, and because he missed that big one, he's going to have to spurn a dart here, Gary, to leave himself on double 2.
Game shot on the second
Good
leg.
dart,
Gary
found
Stone.
the way over the top and finds himself into a 2-0 lead.
Third leg Gary to throw first. Game on. $140.
And with a blink of an eye of being able to win a leg to go 1-1, Gary Stone heads off with a 140 and tries to break for the sunset.
121.
Well, this must be the point he's thinking, I can really get my teeth stuck into this match. Had to evade a few opportunities, got the break and throw. And he must be thinking now, if I can make a real kick, I could be out of here next to no time at all.
$57.
That try visit there has allowed Ivan 6 starts to get the break if he was clean.
81.
Last start does leave himself on a finish. The Stone should leave it more makeable from here.
Probably go treble 13. Yeah.
133. Ivan
I
Hooker
tend to do that because
140.
there's a 3 on the end of the 183. 140 had to stay straight with the first, even to just hit a ton to leave it handy.
80. Gary Hooker 50.
He still left 60, so if Stone does his usual, he doesn't do it this time. He's straight out this time, Gary Stone. Usually, he likes to have, he let his opponent have a shot,
Game on.
but not that time. So Springbok Paulson here, finding it tough going early doors on day 2.
Well, there was perhaps an irony, the fact that the single number that he laid up for tops, actually when he missed on the
57.
inside, was actually a decent guide the other side of the wire for the double 10 last start in hand.
57.
And Stone, because of that 15 darter, 3-0 to the good. And Springboard is going to need to find some golden arrows if he's to pull off a comeback here.
125.
Yeah, he sure is, but
140.
his scoring isn't that bad. He just keeps getting little mini opportunities, doesn't he? And giving himself chances and not hitting the double.
43.
Stone leaves himself on a finish after 9 against the throw and a leg that if he wins, he takes the contest, takes the W, and puts himself on to double digits in terms of points. And he's got a couple of visits to complete the job. Glanced over at the scoreboard of Eva before he towed the Oki, and so was always going to set up from that point onwards, and he's left himself double 12 after 12. The average up to just under 93, and Gary Stone potentially here now,
60.
a dart away from the win.
Yeah, it was a nice setup, wasn't it? It'd be nice to finish it off. He's all over it. Can't
18.
get any closer with all 3. A wry smile from him rather than a bit of anger this time, because he knows that he couldn't have thrown them any better. They just didn't go to their designated destination. Now we've got a dart for tops for Paulson.
96, Galiocar 6.
To eventually get over the line. Double free
Finish on the
seals
match,
a
Gary Stone.
4-0 success for Gary Stone. And for Ivan Paulson, he's played 2 games and he's yet to win a leg today. But for Gary Stone, he is back on the board. The Scot moves on to 10 points in the group and asks the question of Marvin van Velzen. This is how he's done it. Average of 88.5, 4 from 12 on the doubles. Coming up after the break is Marvin van Velzen up against Adam Mould.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the ADC Global Championship. We're on week 2 of this particular series and it's day 2 of Group A and it's starting to shape up. If you've just joined us, Gary Stone from Scotland beat our Danish compatriot Ivan Springborg Paulson by 4 legs to 0. That puts him level on points at the top of the table with Marvin van Velzen, but he's played an extra game. So Marvin's game is now game 5 here against Adam Mould, another favoured contender here for week 2 of the Global Championship.
Game on.
Marvin sits on top of the table with 10 points. Adam Mould has already played and had a 4-0 win over James Welding.
140.
He's sat on 6 points, and should he be able to turn over Marvin van Velzen here, it could open the group right up.
60.
Mould could jump up to 8 points. Van Velzen and Stone would be on 10. So Mould could do himself a big favour, as well as the others in the group.
There's
61.
a real feel here for Marvin van Velzen that this game could have a lot of problems attached to it, because Adam Mould played well in his first match against
45.
James Welding, averaging in excess of 90, was 50% on his doubles. For Marvin, a little bit like yesterday, the scoring power was there,
93.
but when it came to his finishing, needed opportunities to cross the line. It could be one of those contests where both players meet in the middle, and if it does so, then Adam Mould could get some joy.
45.
But he's not got started at all in this opening leg. Van Velzen 6 on 207 to coast through the opening salvo of this encounter. Now, because Mould's on 351, from that
39.
207, he was guaranteed 9 darts, and he's still got 6 darts on 168.
Yeah, Marvin qualified here for the Global Championship through the
59.
Dutch ADC Dutch Tour Series. And Adam qualified through the ADC UK Series at number 3. So
96.
both on the top end of their country's rankings.
100. Marvin Dukar, 72.
If you're looking to be here alongside these guys,
$32.
yeah, Darts Atlas is the way to go to find your local tournament.
And it is quite literally local as you want it to be, particularly in the UK.
Marvin Dukar, 40.
I know that we're going to get players from the Bulgaria, Slovakia region here next year. They began the vaults out in that part of the world, and the top qualifier from that will be playing at the Modus Super Series as Van Velzen pins tops for the opening leg of the contest. As you mentioned, Van Velzen qualified for this tournament because of his performances in the Benelux Open Championship, which effectively was, in ADC European terms, what the
25.
Tour Championship finals we had here was in the United Kingdom. He beat Bradley Roos by 6 legs to 4 in the final of that particular tournament. That was following a 5-4 success against Mike van Duijvenbode. And then a 4-3 win in the quarterfinals against Bradley van der Velden.
100.
Yeah, the ADC movement definitely gathering pace all across the globe, hence the Global Championship.
119.
I wonder as the years go on whether there'll be scope for additional
96.
ADC majors. Possibly a match play type event, maybe a Masters type event.
At the rapid rate of its growth, and I can see that
58.
happening. I really can, and the partnership between the Live Lounge here at Portsmouth and the Super Series and the ADC as
100.
a darting
Marvin Dukar, 144.
council, so to speak. The link up is brilliant because you can get here through the Vault Series, you can get here through, weekly. We have weekly
73.
spots for ADC qualifiers at the Super Series, so it's not just the Global Championship as a route to get here. There are routes weekly to get here. And as we go through 2025, you will see new faces
100.
who have come through
Marvin Dukar,
the ADC
71.
system.
Van Velzen 71 for the breaker throw to 2-0 lead. 2 in his hand at double 16
Game
for
show
14 data. And the all-important breaker throw, which sees the Dutch maestro in cruise control of this contest. Well, you mentioned how with the ADC as well. I wonder as well
85.
maybe with things like the Rising Stars Week, whether we could possibly get a representative of each ADC region possibly playing in that.
I think that's an amazing one I'm looking forward to in 2025. And the Rising Star Week, for a Rising Star to get the opportunity to come here, play in front of the cameras, play on
24.
On a stage, having the limelight on you to play on TV, remembering we're on Pluto TV. Don't forget to start downloading that
60.
to your smart apps, your smart TV. Download the app and get us at a touch of a button.
Now, I'm just having a look at
44.
the Dev Tour Order of Merit, Scott, and players that at the end of the year would be eligible to play in this because of their age and because they haven't yet got a tour card. Of course, that could all change. Bo
98.
Grease is eligible to play. Tavis Dudney, Henry Coates, can Crabtree still be eligible to play by the time that tournament started? Thomas Banks
55.
very much would be in the frame for a possible spot. Jensen Walker would be somebody I think will be spoken up quite a lot by
96.
a few people as a possible contender to play in this event.
$137. Out of the car, 151.
Draw 17 would have given Mould a dart at
88.
tops.
Marvin the car,
He's himself
156.
on 63 if Van Velzen cannot find something out the ordinary.
Yeah, had Mouldy hit the 14 with his last dart, would have made the job so much easier. It'd have been a single to double
55.
combination.
Out of the car, 63.
Now he's got to hit a treble to get 2 darts at it. So we have to put that down as a mistake from Mouldy, but that's lovely. Recovers
Game
it
shown the third
nicely.
leg, Adam Mould.
Got himself in the mile by missing the big 14.
Adam to through first.
Massively
Game on.
gets himself out of it by that treble 9 with the first dart to allow him 2 darts at a double. Only needed 1. Good stuff from Adam Mould.
Well, this game's back on throw at 2-1 and Mould has
140.
kicked off this fourth leg 140. And the precarious nature of this contest, as he mentioned at the start for Marvin Van Velzen, is beginning just to become
100.
somewhat a possibility and eventuality in this match.
It's
100.
only 8 sleeps till Christmas, Henry.
Yep, cannot wait to be watching Pluto TV for
140.
the 3 o'clock speech delivered by Chris Mason himself.
45.
You're going to make everybody excited. You know there's not a 3 o'clock speech. Don't be silly.
Incidentally, on the subject of Chris Mason, happy birthday,
48.
pal. Be enjoying the day at Alexandra Palace.
$100.
Everybody works on their birthday these days, Henry. It's just another day.
You're telling me.
177. Out of the car, 116.
Well, Van Velzen left himself on a double after 12 for the break, unless Mole could pin the 116. This was a finish. Adam Litskin won the week on last
96.
week.
Marvin
But Mole
Car,
cannot
36.
apply the finishing touches there. And so Van Velzen will return to re-establish a 2-leg gap in this
Being
contest.
shown the
Double
fourth leg,
18 is
Marvin Van
found.
Velzen.
It's a 13-darter. Van Velzen has put his foot on the throttle.
Marvin
He's
to
got the
first.
break. He's
Game
3-1
on.
up and has the darts in hand to win this contest.
Van Velzen is feeling the future is bright and the future is definitely orange.
I reckon I've had a parking fine from somebody who has worn similar coloured clothes before.
125.
Well, you should have bought a ticket then, shouldn't you?
44.
Admittedly, I shouldn't have parked on the pavement, Scott, but, you know, it's quite busy on London Road these days.
It can be. Definitely can be.
65.
Oh, big bounce out that one. Nearly hit Hinksey. One sit up to Hinksey.
Well, actually, it was quite lucky that Paul Hinks stands more square on than any other referee in that particular instance. If that was, say,
100.
Owen Binks or perhaps any other ref, then they could have got that in the leg. Now, we have had a referee here. We have had a referee here in the past who has been stabbed in the leg.
45.
With a dart, I should add.
Ah, okay. Who would that have been? Not Marco Meyer, was it? He stands very square on and in the way.
I think it was Charlie.
58.
Charlie Catastrophe?
Well, it was for him. He had to file a health and safety report.
Quite right, too. Injuries in the workplace always should be listed.
It wasn't brilliant for him, put it that way.
180.
Well, Van Velzen here. Pushing forward. The last couple of legs have been really good. It was a 13 dart to the previous on for a potential 14 here. He's doubling much better as well than what it was
139.
at the outset of the contest.
86.
Well, the outset of the day, shall I say. 3 from 4 on the doubles in this match compared to 4 from 13 earlier on in the day. And he could wrap it up in style if he can find double 16.
70.
The two match darts have come and gone for MVV.
Another one of those makes it very interesting.
140. Maverick 16.
But he's applied the pressure. Can Van Velzen finish it off for a 4-1 win? Is that one too close?
12.
Oh, he hasn't
Maverick
fluffed
20.
his lines there. Fill your boots time, Adam Mould.
His doubling was almost impeccable
Game
up
shot on the fifth
until the
leg,
point
Adam
of
Mould.
victory. And Adam Mould has brought this game back to 3-2. He's got
Sixth
the
leg,
break
Adam,
back
the
and now
first.
has the
Game on.
darts to take us to our first last leg decider of the day. In matter of fact,
57.
there hasn't been a 4-3 in this Group A so far.
No, it has not.
134.
Mould's got to find some of those trademark 180s right on cue.
140.
Almost. 12 180s yesterday for Adam Mould. The next closest was
100.
Gary Stone and James Welding on 5. He was by far the standout performer with the scoring. But unfortunately, he was only able to hit 12 doubles out of 52
81.
attempts. That was his Achilles heel yesterday, Adam Mould.
$45. $61.
Well, that last start ensures that Van Velzen here has got 6 starts of 2-2-2 to see the game through.
But it's okay. Mouldy's seen the funny side when he walked back.
94.
Somebody that just loves this sport. He likes playing the sport, has a big involvement in terms of the organisational side of the game. The Bradmore Farm Complex, which is, for me, the best purpose-built darts venue
105. Maverick
I
128.
think I've seen in terms of a facility. It's mainly down to his hard work. And he's worked hard to get himself back
47.
into this match. And he's got a
Uppercut
couple of
57.
opportunities here at Tops to take us all the way.
Game shot
No
on the sixth
mistake.
leg, Adam Mould.
Marvin Van Velzen fluffed his lines for a 4-1 win. Adam Mould has picked his pocket in the last couple of legs. And for the first time in the entirety of this Group A, we go the whole 7 legs.
Now, at this moment, Van Velzen cannot be thinking about the match starts that are missed. Otherwise, you go off
100
with a nothing score. You have to start believing you're going to get yourself out of it.
Mould was 3-1 behind.
97.
You can perhaps make an argument here that he may well be a slender favourite to win this match and that the ascendancy has drifted in his direction.
43.
And you could particularly make a case now following that errant visit for Marvin Van Velzen. There's a possibility here after the first couple of rounds of matches.
140.
Adam Mould makes a big inroad in terms of the top of the table. The victory in this game, it'd only be a couple off of Marvin and Gary. Admittedly, he'll need to do a lot of work in terms of his legs
97.
difference. But he is possibly putting himself in a position where he may well have a say in this Group A.
$131.
Well, that is effectively the throw turned in the favour of Adam Mould. Oh, this is good stuff from Van Velzen. What a time to hit a 180.
133.
Just when it looked like he was completely out the contest. He should be the first to get a match start now in this last leg. He should at least get a dart on the bullseye from here.
59. Marvin 81.
Mould leaves himself on 74. Van Velzen has already missed 5 darts to win this match. And match dart number 6 is going to be at the bull.
56.
And it wasn't too far away.
74.
All about opportunity for Adam Mould now. Double top for the match.
54. Marvin
Can't get a lot closer than that. A well-thrown dart from Mouldy and gave it a chance.
Both players now have had an opportunity to win this contest. Van Velzen has had 6 darts to see this contest through. He's going to get 2 more at double 4.
17.
Both hogged to the
20.
wire, but neither find a way in. You don't need me to tell you how frustrated Marvin Van Velzen is. It's a game that if he loses, he's let slip. It's as simple as that. Mould was 3-1 down. He's had to dodge a lot of bullets. But his perseverance may pay no dividends.
8.
So Van Velzen having a good look here. Going to creep his way in. Oh, he crept his way in too far. Tense,
20.
nervous, headache moments here for these two players. They know what's on it. Mouldy gets back, and he never thought he'd be back. He's now right on the wire. Now he's hit the double. It's a 4-3 win for Adam Mould, and I think you can see what that means to him. He knows that tightens the group right up at the top. Gary Stone will be in the back room over the moon with that result as well. Here's the averages, harmed a little bit at the end there by those missed attempt at doubles, but it's Adam Mould wins it 4-3, 84-5-8 for him, 83-6-2 for Marvin, 3 from 15 on the doubles for Van Velzen, 4 from 11 for Adam Mould. He gets away with one. We head into a short break. You've got time to go and put the kettle on, but join us, because when we come back, we will have Donny Shrewater taking on James Welding.
Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship, where before the break we saw Adam Mole get the better of Marvin van Velzen by 4 legs to 3. A game where MVV missed 11 darts and a double to seal the contest. Next up for us, it's James Welding and Donny Surewater. It's our 6th game of the session. Donny, who got the better of Gary Stone by 4 legs to 1 in the opening game of the day. It was a match that was marred by a plethora of missed doubles, but Donny keeping his cool and composure when it mattered the most. But for James, he played well against Adam Mould in his first match of the day, but lost out by 4 legs to 2. Mould 2 from 2
First
now.
Donny does real first.
Only a couple of points off
Game on.
the top pair. He's the one who's making his mark on Tuesday. If James could win this game, then he'd move to within a couple of points of
55.
Gary and Marvin and would actually move up to 3rd place of the table. Donny wins this contest, then the top 5 all within 4 points of one another. And it's
40.
feeling like today it could well be one of those days where everybody gets the beating of one another.
Yeah, absolutely right.
135.
Adam Mould takes on Gary Stone in his next game as well.
100.
And that could put him up level on the top at 10 points for Adam Mould if he can
62.
beat Gary Stone. So that will tighten the table right up. We call Tuesday the moving day for a reason, because it's where everybody feels settled.
180.
Talking of settled, nice little 180 there from James Welding.
I think he's a
100.
player that's... We're still waiting to burst into life here on this particular stage. Because if you look at his numbers
64.
elsewhere, and
Donny
particularly when he's doing locally,
149.
there is certainly a player there. And we've seen glimpses, we've seen signs. But I still don't think we've seen the absolute
60.
A-game
James
version of him on this
117.
stage yet.
No, it's very difficult to do when you
50.
come from playing the
Donny
floor
O'Connor,
tournaments that
89.
are, not on TV and not quite got the attention on them. I can't explain to you when you walk around the corner and walk up to the stage here. It's quite a long walk. It's quite a long walk to the
57.
stage from the back of the
James
room to
O'Connor,
the front.
67.
And then you go up the steps and it's like
47.
bringing yourself
Donny
into
O'Connor,
the cauldron
32.
of where you're playing. It's a really eerie feeling,
Each
one
on the
that
first leg,
you
Donny
probably wouldn't
Surewater.
understand if you haven't played here yet. But I would advise it.
Second
Make
leg,
sure you
James
get
is
here.
first.
I would
Game
advise you to get here. It's a lovely place to play. One of the nicest throws you'll ever see.
140. $39.
Well, Donny's taken the opening leg of this encounter with far less fuss
96.
on the doubles than what he enjoyed in his match against Gary Stone, where over the course of the contest he missed 13 darts at the outer ring.
95.
I have to say, Welding looks happier at a slightly
86.
quicker pace. Yesterday, he wasn't quite throwing at this pace. You can get to the point where you come here and you start thinking about every dart and trying to
134.
place it where you want it to go. Whereas it has to stay natural, it has to stay free-flowing, and you have to say, Welding this leg
96.
is going that direction.
Well, James is looking to join his good friend Bradley Brooks in the grand finals on Sunday afternoon.
100.
Been
James
playing a
O'Connor,
lot
83.
together locally in recent times at ADC events, particularly the vaults and tournaments like that. They do get along with one another to them
43.
too, so
Donny O'Connor, 133.
they might be pals off the hockey, but they might well be enemies on it on Sunday afternoon.
61. James O'Connor, 40.
Brad has warned me about how good he can be at his absolute premium best.
Getting shot on the second
It's
leg.
not
James
quite
Welding.
been premium darts, but Welding is back on a even kilter in this contest.
Third leg, Donny does real first. Game on. $140.
I'm already getting the feeling about Donny that he could be one of those players that, okay, he got off to that electric start, didn't
59.
he, yesterday? But I think we're going to watch a player that's just going to evolve as the week goes along, that at the end of the week, we're going to learn a lot about him. He's going to learn a lot about
54.
himself. And possibly a player that as we get towards the second group of the week, we may well see just get a bit more joy.
85. $95.
I see Donny Sherwater's got his stocking up in his front room
140.
because he's got no socks on. Must be getting ready for Christmas, all hanging up on the fireplace.
He didn't have yesterday.
180.
But if you get 180s with no socks, I'm going to be trying it on the practice board tonight when I get home.
Maybe he's worked his
Johnny
socks
Carr,
off.
52.
He may well have worked his socks off. He'll be happy if he knocks his 32 off.
He's on the third
Yeah,
leg.
very
Johnny
much
Sherwater.
does. Nicely done from Donny. Holds his throat
Fourth leg
fairly
change to third first.
comfortably.
Game on. 140.
Very much a millennial thing, that, isn't it? Gen Z, I don't know. Gen Z, millennial, I get confused about the generational
42.
gap.
I have no idea what you're talking about, so I must be part of that generational gap.
180.
Third one of the game there, 180. Second one for Welding.
100. $99.
Well, this is the leg of the
85.
day so far from James
James
Welding. He's
got
left
82.
himself on 82 after 9. For 12 data,
62.
tops dragged low. And there is sometimes the odd pull on the last dart at a double, particularly on the back of a combo effort from James. That's just one thing that maybe
77.
as time goes along he
James Carr, 20.
could improve upon.
Getting shown the fourth leg, James Welding.
He's levelled in this contest at 2 apiece by pinning that
Fifth leg,
double
Johnny
2
to
last
fifth
dart in
first.
hand for
Game on.
15 data. And just like in his match against Adam Mould, finds himself averaging narrowly in excess of 90.
137.
It looks like he's dragging Sherwater with him.
96. $100. $57. $60. $100. $100.
Pace of gain that both players are enjoying, actually.
90. Donny Carr, 104.
There are two tempos that will suit one another. It's kind of what you'd call these days a bit more mid-range. It's not
96.
rat-a-tat-tat
Donny
quick,
Carr,
but it's not slow. It's just
158.
kind of a Goldilocks sort of pace where I think it's just right for the pair.
Yeah, it's definitely
82.
right for the pair of them.
Carr, 8.
Both teetering around just under the 90 average.
No score. James Carr,
That goes down as
76.
a big miss from Sherwater. Opportunity knocks for James Welding, and double 8 knocks
James
for
on
him,
the
and he
fifth leg,
takes
James
that out
Welding.
as well. Takes a 3-2 lead.
Six leg James to through first. Game on.
He's looking to go on to 8 points with Adam Mould and go just 2 points behind our
100.
top duo of Marvin Van Velzen and Gary Stone.
60. 60. $134. $140. $95.
Welding here
59.
looking to see this game through. He's left himself want to finish after 12, but it is a sizable one.
25. Change the car, 142.
But he has got time and space to see this contest out. Was looking at the bullseye there to leave
102.
himself double 16. But he is going to find himself on tops upon his return. Donny can only set up and try and amount tangible pressure.
87.
But
James
James
McCall,
Welding
40.
looking at tops to see this contest through. It's double 16.
24. Donny car, 100.
It's not there. Looked at tops, unable to apply
44.
the finishing
James
touches.
car, 16.
But James Welding can apply the finishing touches to this game if he can find double eights, and he will.
Welding.
And for James Welding, this time a decent performance will yield a result. He gets the better of Donny Shearwater by 4 legs to 2. Still shakes his head, doesn't feel like he's playing his premium darts on the Portsmouth stage. But he has got himself a victory. Another steady performance, average of 88, 4-1-10 on his doubles. As for Donny, a first win has been coupled up with a first defeat in his next match, just like it did yesterday. That's the end of round 2 of our session. Coming up after the break, intriguing game in terms of the top of the table. The dynamic actually is very, very interesting now. It's Gary Stone against Adam Mould. And the next round of fixtures will tell us a lot more about the positioning of the league table.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity infantry events.
Has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes. The 1-2 run turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot on the
It's
match.
Darryl Pilgrim with the
Darryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max. Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12.
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Been so long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
Here's a winner on Well, it all comes down to this on Sunday afternoon. Gemma Hayter and Andy Paulson won the first two ADC majors in Portsmouth this year, but the Global Championship will come to a head on Sunday night. Adam Lipscomb, the winner of the first week, will be seeded either number 1 or number 2. That depends on the average of the player who wins this week. Andy Bolton, Darryl Pilgrim, Bradley Brooks complete the first half of what looks like a stunning lineup for the grand finals. That's Sunday afternoon. A reminder that it's a 1:30 start here on Pluto TV. The darts kick off from 2 here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. But today, this is what's happened on the second day of week 2 before the break. James Welding got the better of Donny Shawwater by 4-2. We've also seen wins for Adam Mould and Gary Stone in the second cycle of matches. And this is how the table looks. Really interesting dynamic now. Marvin Van Velzen and Gary Stone, the top 2 on 10. But they, in this next round, take on James Welding and Adam Mould, who are both on 8 points. There's a possibility that Van Velzen and Stone could open up a 4-point gap. But there's also a possibility that come the end of this round, that the top 4 players could all be level on 10 points apiece. An intriguing next 3 matches. And one of those crucial clashes at the top of the table takes place here and now, as Adam Mould and Gary Stone go toe-to-toe. For Gary, he lost his first game due to a plethora of missed doubles against the Dutchman Donny Shawwater, but then responded with a 4-0 clinic over Evan Paulson. But for Adam Mould so far today, 2 games and 2 victories. He got the better of James Welding 4-2 in his opener before getting the better of Marvin Van Velzen. Pretty much picked the pocket of the Dutchman in that contest.
Game on.
Van Velzen missed 11 darts to win the contest, but Mould stood firm to the end to seal a 4-3 success. This is a game that, if the truth be told, Scott,
60.
If you're a bookie, you wouldn't be surprised if you made the pair 5-6, because there's not really much, it feels like form-wise today, that really separates them.
No, couldn't agree more. And we're off at the form-wise doesn't separate them. And also we've got to start thinking, if you're a player, these leg differences are going to make a difference come the end when the groups are so tight. So lots to think about for these two guys as they come in here. But if you can eradicate them all from your mind, it makes the game very easy. Easier said than done.
The race to our Sunday fun day here at the Live Lounge is very much on.
92.
And who doesn't enjoy a Sunday fun day, Scott? Just no meat raffle.
No meat draw.
Although if there's anybody that could have given us a meat raffle, you would have been the perfect person to be the proprietor of it.
I might have been able to arrange something, but look, it's all about the finals, and these guys getting to Saturday night changes the dynamic of Saturday night. get into the semi-finals, it will mean that they will be playing the next day on the Sunday. I wonder if any of them preempted being in on the Sunday and booked an overnight stay for Saturday.
Some would say that's the wise thing to do. But then there'll be others that say that maybe that's thinking too far above your station. Darts players' minds work in mysterious ways.
20. Adam your car 54.
Gary Stone's mind will be a mush after more missed darts than a double. 3 there to take the opening leg. Mould for a hole that will feel like a break. He pins the tops, no mistake.
Second leg, Gary to throw first. Game on.
I'd imagine the players that came from afar probably have booked the extra day, particularly the likes of Marvin. I mean, James Bailey will
57.
He'd imagine for a while anyway. It wouldn't surprise me if maybe he'd made a trip of it, gone to maybe Ali Pali for a day, travelling all the way from Australia.
Well, I know a little bit about booking hotels, so if they booked it on a free cancellation and they cancelled before 12 o'clock on a Saturday, they won't get charged for the night. So if they've done it that way, it would make sense, because they'll know on Friday.
So you've been told?
No, so I know. My manager told me. That'll be Sharon, my wife. And we always discuss these things before we book anything.
See, when the Modus Super Seas put me up in the Hilton
60.
Hotel 5 nights a week, every week, I don't need to worry about such things.
No, it's just remembering your nice little sliders, isn't it, to get to the hot tub.
Not slipping over by the side of the pool.
Yeah, indeed.
41. Gary your car 118.
Well, that can go down as a slip from Mouldy, I think.
$58. Adam your car 160.
Safe darts, those, weren't they, from Gary Soane's safe dart. So if Mouldy can produce something special here, he's a treble 20 smasher. Hits one, not the other. Reacts after the second dart, and then the last dart, absolutely woeful.
50. Adam your car 65.
Just stayed straight with the last dart, he'd have life a little bit easier here. He's now got to go for a ball of 25. That's a 10, 55, 15 for tops. So he's only going to get the one dart. Can he make it count?
45.
No, he doesn't.
Car 10.
So Gary Stone comes back, lives another charmed life with his double missing enterprise that he seems to have going this morning.
Game shot on the second leg.
Takes out double 5. I think that's probably for the first time this week. He's been splitting that all week. So
they got him to throw
right
first.
time to take it out, Gary.
Back on level terms in a game that he could so easily be 2-0 down in.
100.
You can tell that Adam Mouldy's just beginning to really be at oneself at this present moment in time. You can just tell a real bubbling up in the background, particularly when he was throwing in the last visit.
$100.
And I suppose for Adam as well, if he loses this game, he'll feel like all the hard work he's done to get himself in a position where he's back in proceedings would have been
81.
Pretty much undone in one fell swoop.
$140.
He's not finding the 180 scores as he did yesterday.
83. Adam car 161. $136.
Didn't need to go for it there, Mouldy.
We do see it sometimes where a player just wants to inject a bit of life and inject a bit of energy on the game, and so will go for a finish like that when their opponent's not on a outshot. And he's got so much time and so much space, but had to double check that that was in the single.
No score.
Busts it all the way back. Fortunate for him, Gary Stone's on 201.
$34. Out of the car, 25.
Well, he's left a shot, Gary Stone, but it's a long shot.
$21.
Already making an absolute pig's ear of that.
Well, this would hurt. But the treble 19 isn't found for poke
Out of
the
the car,
ball.
4.
And so Adam Mould comes back for a third opportunity to see this leg out. And he sensed this is one he has to take because Gary Stone is slowly creeping up on him. And he's going to get a look at this 68 to break the thrower Mould. A leg he has had absolutely no right to win. But he's taken it. He snatched it from under the grasp of Adam Mould. It's a breaker throw for Gary Stone. It's a 2-1 lead.
For Gary to throw first. Game on.
9 missed darts at a double there for Adam Mould.
Well, that leg was mouldy.
40.
It was mouldy. It was scruffy, like Mouldy's hair used to look. He's had it all done for today. Can you see that? Usually looks like he's been dragged through a hedge backwards.
180.
But it looks good. I told him yesterday it looks good. I was proud of him. Pops in with a 180.
42.
None of one of those would be interesting.
Hit a 9 darter in his previous appearance at the Super Series, but isn't going to hit a 9 darter right here.
Well, technically a 180, but a left-handed 180 there, a 90 is with 2 treble 5s.
134. $96.
Stone needs a couple of triples here if he's to leave himself on a finish. That's not going to happen now.
58. Out of the car, 135.
Just like he did in the previous leg, has got time on his side to square this contest up at 2-2. Conceivably, this should be a setup to put himself 3-1 up.
24.
Once again, fluffs his lines there. A ton here, and Gary Stone is right back in the mix.
$81. Out of the car, 111. $79.
Well, he's left himself a 32 as Adam Mould. Stone looking for the 146. Was looking for a showstopper to put himself too clear.
81. Out of the car, 32.
But he will know that Adam Mould has not been taking opportunities on the outer ring throughout the course of this contest.
16.
And he has failed
65.
with another 3 attempts. And just like the previous leg, the back runner could well beat the pacemaker to the line. Double 10.
Game shot on the
3-1 Gary Stone in a
Stone.
game that could so easily have been 3-1 in the other direction.
Not so easily have been. Should have been.
On.
There's no two ways about it. But I think the situation of Mouldy getting back into the group is playing on his mind here, and he's thinking about it when he gets to the double. And now he's given up
45.
2 golden opportunities. He's not even hitting the treble now. Funny what this game does to you.
125.
Stone head down. Can see a finishing line in front of him, and he wants to run towards it. It would give him a bit of daylight between him and Mould. There'd be a 4-point gap between the pair following the end of this match. It would put him on to 12 points, and Marvin van Velzen has a tough
59.
assignment against James Welding to come. And when he lost his opening game, Gary, there was a possibility that things could have gone also wrong for him. Well, if anything, he could end this round with a 2-point cushion at the top of the
96.
table. And remember, the pair at the top of the pile going into this round of fixtures don't meet until the final match of the day.
100.
Mole makes his move with that max.
60. Out of your car, 84.
Well, he's missed the big number
44.
there. A criminal mistake.
car,
It could be the last
157.
mistake he makes.
But he looked across after his first dart. He looked across to the scoreboard after the first dart. You should know so that you don't have to take your eyes off of the board. You should only be looking at the board
83.
if you've missed
Out of
what
the
your
car,
given
40.
target is to double check your score.
$20. Got your car, 74.
Another 3 darts at a double go begging. Gary Stone is feeling Christmas has come early. He will feel like that if he hits this.
54. Adam your car,
But
20.
Adam Mould has missed 15 darts at a double in this match. Double 10 to bring it back to 3-2.
Game
And this
shot of the
game
fifth
goes
leg.
on.
Adam Mould.
And Gary Stone will have the darts to win the match from here.
6 leg Gary to through first. Game on. $29.
Not the start on throw you're looking for there, Gary, was it? Really need to fill his boots here. Mouldy
57.
now. He's chasing round the board to try and find a treble. Comes up trebleless.
139.
Coming up after this, the bottom 2 players go head-to-head as even Paulson takes on Donny Shearwater.
50.
Then James Welding and Marvin van Velzen round off this particular cycle of games.
93. $100.
But Gary, with this particular match now, you feel in the palm of his hands. Oh, a couple of brilliant bullseyes there.
120.
Leaves himself and Shanghai after 12 to eventually cross the line.
98. Got your car, 120.
He's got 6, but this would be some way to do it. There's the treble. There's the single. Tops! To
Game
climb
shot
the
of the match,
ladder for
Gary
the
Stone.
win. To climb the ladder to success. Gary Stone sees the game through with a 120 checkout. Perhaps fitting in a game which at times was marred by plethora missed doubles. Adam Mould was 2 from 18 on the outer ring. Gary Stone on more than one occasion picked the pocket of Mouldy when he was unable to finish a leg off. Stone moves to the top of the table. He opens up a 2-point cap on Marvin van Velzen in second position. He takes on James Welding in game 9. But before that, after the break, it's even Paulson up against Donny Shearwater.
Oh, baby!
You thought it was in that you could have given it to me.
I did with Taylor.
Where's Ross when you need him?
Gibraltar revisited. Right, come here, let's just put a bit of daylight between us. Bigger daylight.
I bet you want me to get this, Paul. I bet you really want me to get this.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage of chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble. So Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone on to the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another fact that it's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it? Or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's 2 options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player. He's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent is not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for Pluto TV, continuing coverage of the ADC Global Championship. And before the break, we saw Gary Stone complete a 4-2 win over Adam Mold, puts him to the top of the table on 12 points for Marvin van Velzen in second position, who can move back to the top of the table win against James Welding in the next match. But prior to that, we're going to see the bottom 2 go toe-to-toe with even Paulson and Donny Shearwater go toe-to-toe on the live lounge stage.
Game on.
Battle between a man 62 years of age and a man who's 26
91.
years of age. The numbers being inverted in this particular clash. And we talk about a generational difference. There really is a bit of a generational gap between these two.
94.
So you're saying it's a generation game?
Indeed it is. Let's hope it's a blockbuster.
85.
Even Paulson not just looking for his first win today, but he's also looking for his first leg.
100.
Although admittedly, he has punched in averages of 84 and 85, so it's not as if he's playing ridiculously bad.
44.
He's playing okay, but his opponents are just seemingly finding an extra level, and adding the fact that he's missed 12 darts at a double today.
99.
Maybe just a bit of fine-tuning needed for the Dane.
Yeah, it's very different in these sort of group stages on round robins. When you find yourself at the bottom of the group and being a bit of a tail-end Charlie,
68.
everybody else sort of gangs up on you, really, and starts playing their best stuff against you. And you then get opportunities,
85.
and because you're at the bottom of the group, you go a little bit tight in the arm when you're trying to take them and steal them. So it sometimes just takes a win
118.
to get turn the tide and get things going.
Treble 18 would have given Donny a dart to the ball to get the break in the
55.
opening leg.
Ivan Akar, 95.
Paulson looking at 95 to take out the opener. Looking at treble 18 with dart 2 with 79 remaining.
Akar, 68.
Showwater look at 68 to take the opening leg of a break.
$38. Ivan Akar, 40.
Took his time, drifted into the double 5.
Getting shown the first
Paulson
leg.
takes
Ivan
it.
Springbok, Paulson. Second leg,
It's
Donny.
first leg of the day.
Game on.
Is it me or does Paulson and Hinksey look like they were brothers separated at birth?
60.
Just a thought. I'll leave it with you, viewers.
82. $60. $60. $60.
I can't ungrain that image from my mind.
100.
It was quite a good one for me, but anyway, I've seen it for a while now. But there we go.
60.
Back to the darts.
They're like a Portsmouth version of Grant and Phil Mitchell, aren't they?
Don't
83.
bring the Mitchells into it. I'll have to get involved. Yeah, they're my brothers, they is.
57.
Get out of my comms box.
I do actually have a picture of myself and Letitia Dean because she plays Sharon Mitchell. And of course, my wife's name's Sharon Mitchell. So I had a picture with the real
100.
Sharon Mitchell.
You're so getting in the air when you get back home.
Yeah, I will be.
95.
You're absolutely
Ivan Akar,
right.
76.
So 76 for Paulson then to take a 2-0 lead. And that's a nice start. Yes, it's in there. Your brother's just told you. Come on. Double 8.
60.
Oh, that's unlucky.
Donny Akar, 109.
That is unlucky. Couldn't have got any closer without it getting in. And is Sherwater going to take advantage here? He's done the first bit right. He's done the second bit right. Double 16. And this would hurt.
93.
On
Ivan
the
Akar,
inside.
16.
So Springwell Paulson has another chance. Double 4.
$8. Donny Akar, 16.
Flight comes out. He's having no luck whatsoever, but it's 16 now for Sherwater to level it up at 1-1. And he's in the same boat as well. He couldn't get any closer without hitting it.
No score. Ivan Akar, 8.
Well, double 4 left for Paulson to double his lead. Double 2 now.
Getting
No
shown the
mistake that
second
time.
leg. Ivan Springbok, Paulson.
It's not a classic. I'm not going to lie to you.
Third leg, Ivan to 3 first.
But
Game
Paulson
on.
is 2-0 to the good.
$32. $47.
Is there perhaps an element in this game of two players who are fairly inexperienced on the stage, maybe just trying a little bit too hard?
Yes, and it's kind of an opportunity
36.
game, isn't it, really, for them? They both feel this is a good opportunity to get a win on the board. And sometimes that makes you go a little tight in the arm.
38.
That was a little unfortunate.
Well, the dynamic of this game is completely different, where perhaps in any other game in the group, these
41.
two are probably the big outsider to go on to win. Whereas here, they probably look at this game and say that on paper they're fairly evenly matched. And that applies a different type of pressure.
58.
Yeah, it sure does. You know, you don't have to be playing at the top of the group to feel pressure.
But if anything, if you feel it more when you're down the bottom.
92. $135. 46. 52. 98. 80. Ivan the car 156.
For 3-0.
$60. Donny car 91. 51. Ivan car 96.
For a 3-0 lead, 2 darts at double 80 for Paulson. Double 9 doesn't go,
78.
and so Donny
Donny
comes
car
back
40.
for tops.
Rushed the second a little bit there, didn't he? Got a little excited.
Game shot on the third leg, Johnny Showwater.
Nicely done there
Fourth
from
leg,
Donny.
Johnny to
Good
third
adjustment. Tense, nervous headache for Ivan.
Game on. $124. 100.
Reminder of what's coming up later on in the week here at the
59.
Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Group C and Group B will take place on Thursday and Friday. Group C's got a player that I think could have some real success here in this tournament. It's Shane Hayward. He's played here at the Super Series a couple of times, has made it through to the final of a week before, beat Tom Sykes in the last leg decider in a high-quality qualifying final. James Bailey, the Bull, our Australian qualifier, and Devon Peterson, our South African representative.
81.
Right, in Group B, Joe Croft, who I hope doesn't bring his disgusting crisps with him. I'll tell you more about that when he's in action in Group B on Thursday and Friday
41.
night. Charlie Martin and John Desramo, the killer bee from Belgium, who won the Dimitri Vandenberg Classic, will be with us.
85.
Springbok Paulson here has more or less managed to turn the throw. Sherwater here needs a treble.
59.
Doesn't get one.
Ivan
So,
car 95.
which way does Paulson go for this? 25. Misses the big number once more.
72. Donny car 118.
Donny was 2-0 down in this contest, and he could level it up at 2-2 here. But he needs to find a way around. However, of course, there is another option on 98. Double 16 Bull. Decider persevere brilliantly. Double 19.
We saw yesterday he likes double 19. It's one of his favoured doubles.
Having a car 23.
He heads there when he's in all sorts of problems, so I think that's why he's disappointed.
18. Donny 19.
The Paul Hardcastle finish. Double 8 for parity. In it goes.
Full flag, Johnny Showwater.
And we have a level game at 2-2.
Fifth flag, Ivan to throw first. Game on. $36. $128.
Donny qualified here due to his
45
position on the Dutch Darts Tour at the end of 2024. Top that order of merit for Marvin van Velzen in second, Rohan Brouwers in third, and Ricardo Ham complete the top 4.
60.
Like some Mike van Dyvenbode made the top 8, as did Johan Brouwer. Jimmy Van Schie was in 91. The top 10, but didn't play every event.
$60. Donny O'Carr, 148.
148. And 6 starts from here to turn this game around. He was 2-0 behind, was Donny Showwater. But he's left himself with a double after 12 to move 3-2 to the goods. And it feels like it's he who's just beginning to bring the standard up in this contest.
60.
He's gone, but Paulson hasn't followed him as of yet.
No, he hasn't. And this one will take him to 3-0. And he
fifth flag, Donny Showwater.
Converts it nicely. So from 2 down.
6 flag, Donny to 3 first.
3-2 lead, and he now has the darts to close the match out.
Game on. $59. $140. $58. $83. $140.
Showwater comes back. The 140.
137.
Oh, good stuff from Paulson.
Big visit at a big time, and it may well be the moment that springs the game in his favour, unless Paulson could have pinned the 141, not to 94. Be, and so Showwater back for the match. Look at it, 64 to close this contest through and to move himself on to 6 points in the group. Has a bit of classic, but he's been able just to up the level when it mattered him from 2-0 behind. Donny Showwater has reeled off 4 legs on the spin to get the better of even Paulson by 4 legs to 2 and to move on to 6 points. It's the Dutchman that beats the Dane in our 8th game of the day. This is how he did so. 4 for 15 on the double, 75 average. Welding van Velzen is up next.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity influencer events.
This has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Go! Jaden Walker taking Britain! And Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes, the 1-2 run. Turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot on the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with a
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max. Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen. Just when? When is it going to happen? Been so long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship here on Pluto TV. Our 9th game of the session sees Marvin van Velzen take on James Welding for MVP. A victory in this contest would draw him level on points with Gary Stone, would have put him to the top of the table because of his superior legs difference. And it would also mean that you'd have 2 players tied at the top on 12 and then a 4-point gap between them and the rest of the field if he gets the better of James Welding. However, if Welding can wheel down a win here, then he'd move on to 10 points, level with Van Velzen. Gary Stone would be at the top on 12, but 2 points would separate the top 3. James will play Gary in a couple of games' time as well. So,
First leg, James to throw
possibly intriguing couple of games in prospect here. And for Marvin, I suppose the big question is how will he respond mentally from what happened in his previous match against Adam Mould, where he missed 11 darts to win the contest?
Yeah, and that's one of those situations where you want to jump back up there the game after next and sort it out. And he's had to wait for 2 or 3 games before he can get back up there, and
123.
it's just nice to get up there and get it out your system.
Well, this bit of his game hasn't been an issue at all.
140.
In fact, Marvin's probably scored as well as anybody today, but his finishing has left a lot to be desired. Even in his win against
82.
even Paulson, He missed 9 attempts at a double en route to a 4-0 win. 3 from 15 against Adam Ward. Actually, up until the point of victory, he was 3 from 4 on the doubles. It was actually much improved, but then stagnated as the finishing line approached. But it's Welding who is going to get the first opportunity at a double, leaving 2 8s after 12. Real good start for the man from Wigan. Wigan a place very much
100. James Ricard,
famous
16.
for their pies.
Game shot on the first
1-0
leg,
to
James Welding.
13 data, good start.
Second leg, Marvin to throw first. Game on.
You're starting to see James Welding coming to the party, aren't we?
140. 58. 120. 140. 145.
Well, this game is just beginning to reach a bit of a turbo point, isn't it? Welding a 13 darter with the first leg.
85.
Van Velzen's left a 2 darter after 9 in the second. These two are tangoing quite well here. Potential 11 darter. 12 or more than do. He used the guided dart 1 perfectly to crush it off the barrel with dart 2, 1-1.
The important thing about doing that straight back at James Welding is the fact that James now has a little thought in his head that, you know, I know what he's going to do to me if I don't score here.
Wigan famous for its pies, where James Welding is from, and actually a week ago it held its
99.
world famous World Pie Eating Championship, where 43-year-old Michael Champ from Bury broke the world record for eating a pie the fastest, completing it in just
99.
17 seconds. Which beat the previous record held by Martin Appleton Clare, who ate a pie in 23 seconds.
Nice 180 from Van Velzen there. Couldn't do a lot about leaving himself on the bogey, but it does pressure the world. 128, and that's a tidy setup. Tidy setup indeed.
Left himself on tops after 12. Could be his
96.
second 13 darter
40.
on throw in this contest. That was exactly what he did in leg 1.
Game shot on the third leg, James
Gets it done in
Welding.
5 visits in leg 3 too.
Fourth leg, Marvin to throw first.
Yeah,
Game on.
nicely done from Welding. Van Velzen was hot up behind him, and
115.
the averages here at the moment, Welding 104, Van Velzen 110.
100.
Goes without saying, it's by far the best game of the week so far. I think it's going to take a super-sized
81.
contest to depose Brooks and Pilgrim on Thursday night for the game of the tournament so far.
If they can do these
135.
levels, then they're in with a chance.
Well, we know Marvin has got this game in him. We've seen it before on this particular stage.
128.
And as we've heard a lot, James Welding has got this innate ability to play at a ridiculously high level.
46. 87. $134, Mavica 90.
So Van Vel's a full level game. It's all gone with throw so far this contest, but that slip there means he needed to recover with dart 2. He's done exactly that.
76.
The last dart at double
James
14 was pulled on the inside. Might just be a dart at the ball, but it's a break chance here for James Welding. Bonus, double 7.
79. Mavica 14.
Important visit in the context of the game. Oh, is that too close?
Game shot
No.
on the fourth leg. Marvin
You
Van
can hear the
Velden.
roar from inside the commentary box. He likes that one.
Fifth leg,
He
James
knows he's back in it.
Game
Very
on.
important for him to stay in touch here.
97.
First time we've really heard that kind of aggression today from Marvin Van Vels. It's been quite subdued so far. He's a player that when he's playing well, he likes
80.
to emphasise that he's doing exactly that.
$140.
Sometimes it upsets opposition players that he's up against, but ultimately, it's the way that he's playing the game. It's not putting anybody else off.
140.
No, it's just to fire himself up, isn't it? And try and get himself moving. It seems to be working
100.
to getting James going as well. You see your opponent giving it a bit of a scream. Sometimes you can see it as being relief as an opponent and thinking, oh, yeah, you think you got me. No, you haven't.
45. James Ricard 164.
For 3-2. He's got 6 darts from here. Doesn't have to go for it. He won't go for it.
96.
And he'll leave himself on 68 after a dozen. For the 5th consecutive hold and throw in this match.
$60. James Ricard 68.
Which will he go? He's gone the 16s for the double.
36.
It's a nice 16 there. Threw it right out the way. So that he had a real open chance.
$140. James Ricard 32.
Pressure applied from Van Velzen. Welding goes back at 32.
24.
Didn't look
Marvin
like he
Ricard,
believed he could
36.
hit that with his last start, did he? The face started to drop. Van Velzen then for the break.
No score.
He
James
wires
Ricard,
the
8.
double as well.
Well, you could hear the wire clip.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
And you
James
could
Welding.
hear the Welding hit. Because he let out a bit of a roar himself.
6 leg Marvin, you through first. Game on.
St Helens never lets you down, I think was what was on James's shirt, James's
70.
wristband there.
$100.
Marvin taking a little more time now as he comes to the board. He knows the importance of this leg, and
42.
sometimes when you take a little more time, you do overthink.
Now James is somewhat a controversial character.
55.
He is born in, he's Wigan bound, but he supports St Helens as a rugby league team. And that's what's on the wristband, St Helens never lets you down.
100.
Here comes Marvin. Yeah, interesting, mate. Interesting.
125. $139.
Set up.
$100. Marvin 70.
70 for Van Velzen to take us all the way to a deciding leg. Tops. Now double 10.
50. James Car 121.
He's had a lot of wire clips.
Oh, the bullseye would hurt here.
96.
Oh,
Marvin Car
great
20.
attempt from Welding. So it's Van Velzen coming back in to level it up at 3-3. Which he does right in the top corner, but in is in.
7th final leg, James to serve first. Game
It's
on.
all about how much you want it.
180.
What a way to kickstart a deciding leg for James Welding. His first max of the match piles the pressure on Marvin Van Velzen.
96.
Well, I think that 180 shows he wants it, but the 180 is only decent if you back it up. And he's definitely backed it up.
87.
Well, Marvin's under the pump pit.
$60.
Welding with all the time on his side to get this game completed.
45. $140.
So 6 and 189 to get this contest won.
55. $97. James Car 134.
To get the job done. And this would be some way to complete it. If he can find double 7, oh, that's wonderful. Wielded to perfection by James Welding. A 1-3-4 to get the job done and to get the beating of Marvin Van Velzen in 7 in what was the best game of the week so far. He saved his best for last. He saved his best when it mattered most. And for James Welding, he keeps himself to within a couple of points of Gary Stone at the top. And importantly, keeps Marvin Van Velzen on 10. Coming up next, Eva Paulson and Adam Molt. Welcome back. This is the ADC Global Championship here on Pluto TV. And before the break, we saw a victory for James Welding against Marvin van Velzen by 4-3. That completed the third cycle of matches on this Tuesday morning. Prior to that, Donny beat Evan Paulson, and Gary Stone got the better of Adam Mole. This is how the table looks coming into the penultimate round of matches on this Tuesday. Gary Stone has a 2-point lead at the top of the table for Marvin van Velzen. Now James Welding in third position. Adam Mould a couple of points further back on 8. Donny Shearwater and even Paulson bring up the rear. Right, next up for us it is Paulson and Mould. It's our 10th game of the session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth for Evan. Well, it's a day that's gone far from plan. He's just picked up a couple of legs from his 3 games up to press up against Adam Mould, who won his first 2, looked in tidy nick in his first couple of games, but missed 16 darts at a double. He lost 4-2 to Gary Stone in a game that he could have won 6-0, if the truth be told. And I suppose the question is for Mouldy, how does he respond to that particular setback?
First leg, Ivan to through first.
Well, there's only one real way to respond, and that's
Game
to
on.
go and win your next game. And you have to say, on the form of Ivan here,
54.
you would say that is more than possible in this match.
$95. 60. 58. 100. 43.
So this one's slow to get going. Maybe this is the touch paper.
140. 109. Ivan the car, 147.
147 for Paulson to open up a 1-0 lead. He's got 6 from here, and he's going to leave himself on +8 upon his return.
He has. You have to say that Paulson has started
92.
games well.
Ivan the car, 16.
He was 2-0 up in his last game in the 2 legs that he had, but he was unable to convert to go 3-0 and ended up ultimately losing the game. And
no score. Ivan the car,
this is where he's having
104.
no luck whatsoever, is on the doubles. And every time he makes a mistake on a double, he gets caught. He gets caught cold by his opponent,
16.
who pops out with something special. These are the chances he's got to start taking. If he starts taking these, I believe the rest of his game will come up to a level with all the others. I really do.
Second leg, Adam to through first.
Paulson
Game on.
taking just his 3rd leg of the day so far to lead Mould by a leg to 0.
96.
Now, we do have 2 finals this weekend. We got 2 for the price of 1 here in Portsmouth. We have a qualification night on Saturday evening. Now, there are tickets still available for that. If you head over to www.dartshop.tv,
140.
you can be here on Saturday night to see who joins the quartet of Lipscomb, Bolton, Pilgrim and Brooks in, I suppose, what Paul Nicholson would call in NFL terms, Championship Sunday here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
Yeah, that'd be a fair assumption of it, I think.
98. 140. Advocaat 167.
He was playing his best darts here. He's averaging 94 this present moment in time. Adam Mole needs to be put on watch, otherwise he could find
100.
himself 2-0 behind. He
121.
may find himself 2-0 behind if Paulson pins this 1-2-1. But that's straight into the single 5, which has been a problem all week. Has come back to cost him there.
81. Advocaat 67. Game shot on the second leg, Adam Mould.
Mouldy gets himself back in it.
Third leg, Ivan to throw first. Game on.
Just confirming with Adam who's throwing first. Adam says you, Ivan.
100. 100.
2 tons to open.
81.
Followed by an 81. It's when you're developing yourself as a dart player, you find that you can go, 100 when you're in
85.
front and you're one leg up or whatever. And then as you're developing, you get better as you're able to go 100 while the other guy's going 100 back at you. That's the
95.
secret. Lots of players can hit tons. Lots of players can hit 140s. Lots of players can hit doubles. But can they do it when the other guy's doing it? That's when you find out about yourself.
60.
And that's part of your development as a player. And then when you start doing it, when the other guy's doing it and you're showing real bottle, that's the time you start to win
65.
stuff. That's the time you start to pick up local tournaments and a little bit of prize money here and there. And then that develops you on so that when you come to this level, like
60.
here and any TV tournament,
160.
the principle is exactly the same as those tournaments that you learnt from back home with £100 for the winner on a Friday night or whatever. Principle is exactly
100.
the same. So once you learn it back there, it's the same thing when you come here.
125. Advocaat 60.
Well, Paulson looking at this 60 to open up a 2-1 lead. Double top is what he's looking at. Double top is what he gets. Absolutely no mistake whatsoever. This is really good for me.
Game on.
Average of 91.44. He's playing to a standard the like of which we probably haven't seen from him so far this
60.
week.
No, we haven't. We can see that it's there, but it's been really streaky from him. That's what it's been.
81.
And I don't mean in legs-wise. I mean in, scoring-wise. He's been 100, then he'd go off a couple of non-treble visits and then come back with something else. Well, the clientele that you have in this group, you can't afford to do that. You've got to back your scores all the time.
$100. 57. 60.
Mouldy's still just about holding the throw.
94. 60. Advocaat 150.
Well, looking at 150 to equalise this game up at 2 apiece. He has got 6 darts from here. May only need the 3. Double 18. Magnificent for Mould.
Adam Mould.
The 150 goes to square this contest up at 2-2. He needed a moment of magic. A moment of magic he's found, and that could well be the springboard against Springborg.
Yeah, he took out a 124 and a 125 yesterday, did Mouldy. That 150 is his biggest shot of the week so far.
93.
Is that a sign that he's playing his way in?
He didn't need to take it out, but it'll make him
60.
feel better that he has.
140. $180. 98. 100. Out of the car, 170.
There would have been some way to avoid it for the 150 of the fish went, but not to be for Mould, and so Paulson back for
40.
101
Out of the car,
to lead this contest
101.
3-2.
More than doable. Treble 19 now. 62.
54.
Goes the more conventional route across
Out of
the
the car,
treble 10, but missed the
130.
big number. Mouldy needs one treble. Not there. Not there, Mouldy. Does manage to
92.
leave
Out of the
38.
car, 47.
So, Paulson goes the 7 route. Double top.
7. Out of the car, 38.
Well, this to get his claws in front for the first time.
Getting shot on the fifth leg, Adam Mould.
Nicely done. And has that
Six
once
leg Adam
again
to through
finished
first.
the
Game
charge
on.
of Ivan Springborg Paulson. We've seen him a couple of times. This is the second time today. Get to 2-1 up, and he was 2-0 up in his game before.
93.
His lead just dwindles away.
$60. 60. 60.
Yeah, not quite happening.
$42. 60.
Just can't trouble that. Trouble 20 now, can he, Springborg Paulson?
$96. 31.
Well, Mould 6 starts at 2:10 to wrap this game up by 4 legs to 2.
78.
Even himself on the champagne shot to see this game out.
100. Out of the car, 132.
Paulson on 190. Will he go the champagne route? No, he didn't need to.
92.
Nicely set up by Mouldy. All Ivan can do now is try and do something with this 190 to pile the pressure on that double top of Adam Mould. It doesn't look like it's going to happen.
55.
The resigned look on his face
Out of
shows.
the car, 40.
Tops it is for Mould.
Getting shown
Tops
the
it
match,
is. He
Adam Mould.
takes in one dart. It's a 4-2 win for Adam Mould, an important one for him as well. Springborg Paulson did put up a bit of a fight for him there. Have a little laugh about it after at the table, which is all good. Nice to see. But Mouldy needed that one. It's a 4-2 win for Adam Mould. It's 86.85 on the averages. 4 from 6 on the doubling. That's what he wants to see, a better double percentage. And for Springborg Paulson, he remains at the foot of the table. We're going to go and take a short break. You've got time to go and put the cat out. And when you come back, we'll have Gary Stone taking on James Welding.
Oh, baby!
You thought it was in that you could have given it to me?
I did with Taylor.
Where's Ross when you need him?
Gibraltar revisited. Right, come here, let's just put a bit of daylight between us. Bigger daylight.
I bet you want me to get this, Paul, don't you? I bet you really want me to get this.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone on for the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another fact that it's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it? Or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's 2 options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player, he's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent is not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
Welcome back to the Amateur Darts Circuit's Global Championship here on Pluto TV, where before the break, Cannonball got the better of even Paulson by 4 legs to 2. Next up for us, it's our 11th match of the day, and it sees James Welding and Gary Stone go toe-to-toe. Reflecting on the day that this pair have had, Gary got off to a slow start, losing to Danny Sherwater 4-1, but has responded with 2 victories back-to-back, and now he is the player at the top of the table. He's on 12 points and can open up a temporary 4-point buffer at the top of the table, and a 4-point gap over James Welding, who is slowly but surely trying to eke himself in the race for Group A glory. If he wins this game, then he'll be level on points for the table topper, but if he loses it, you get the sense that it would be a long way back.
Game on.
Pivotal encounter, this one, and we may learn a lot more come the end of it, Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's something that the day seems
100.
to be throwing up every couple of games. They're big games in the way the table's going to shape up, and you have to get them right. If you want to be at the top of the table, you have to get them right.
140.
And you'd rather be in a position, having been here myself, that it's in your hands. You don't want to be waiting to the end of the table and going, oh, I hope so-and-so beats so-and-so. No, you don't want
41.
that. You want to be going, you want to be doing it and dealing with it yourself. Get the opportunity and deal with it yourself.
100. $60.
57. 97.
Well, Welding is taking the darts in this
92.
first leg. Recovers well with dart free to leave himself on a finish after 12.
'96. James Carr 112.
Welding looking at 112 to get the break here in the opening leg. Leaves himself
76. Gary
on
Carr
60
107.
if he returns. Big if now. Stone looking at tops.
67.
Not far away.
James Carr 36.
I have to say, momentum's with Welding from the last game, and he needs to hit this
18. Gary Carr 40.
to break through, and he hasn't. Gary Stone given the opportunity. You can see Welding not
Yeah, he
happy
showed the
with
first leg,
himself. He
Gary
knew what
Stone.
was coming. You've got to hit them doubles
Second leg, James is through first.
when they
Game
come
on.
up, particularly against the throw.
96.
Well, Stone takes his opportunity when Welding fluffed his lines with 3 and a double to take over the opening leg.
42.
It's a game for James, which, as he mentioned at the beginning of this match, because of the table scenario, is absolutely must win for him.
177.
Can ill afford a slip up here.
'81.
This is a fantastic response in leg 2 here from Welding. Stone, though, responding kind, but because of the haphazard start, cannot leave himself on a finish. This for a potential 11 darter. 12 will do, and we're level at 1-1.
Yeah, James Welding is definitely coming to the party.
But
As today has gone
Game
on, he's starting to show us. He's getting better. He's feeling more comfortable up there on that stage. And we're starting to see more from him.
60.
Well, he's finding a level, isn't he?
'43. $140. 45. $60.
Well, this
96.
you sense is a Group A campaign which will go down to the wire.
59.
We've had enough doubles on the wire from the top 4 in this group. So yes, one would say
45.
leg difference could come into this at the end. Nobody's sort of run away with it, have they? And every
96.
time they've had an opportunity to run away with it, they've then been beaten.
$140. Got to cut 86.
This for 2-1. Now one of them leaves the bull. Bull for the lead.
61. James Car.
Well, we're going to stay with the bullseye because Welding's looking at a bit of a champagne finish for this leg. Chopper 19 would have given another one at the bull.
60. Got Car 25.
Stone double 12
Getting shown the third leg
get
going,
his
Sean.
nose back in front.
Fourth leg, James is through first. Game on. 45. $134.
Now Gary Stone is just beginning to make a bit of a kick. Wasn't the best leg
85.
to go 2-1 up, but now he's really looking to hammer home some authority in this match. A decent start to leg 4, coupled with a
80.
few indifferent visits from James, means that he could really steal a march against the throat.
64.
He's taken the darts. And he's running with it.
And running with it he is, yes.
180.
Important and crucial 180. As he's trying to break the Welding throw.
125. Got a car 107. $41.
Stone leads himself on 66. Welding can only set up from this point.
45.
And setup he doesn't really do, and so this for the break of throw, and he then have the darts for the match in the next leg. But he's missed the big number. Well, he's made a complete and utter mess of that. 57 score, 9 left.
57. James Car 137.
I think he thought the 7 was actually in.
97. Gary Car 9. Game shot on the 4th leg. Gary
Well, that's
Stone.
in. And that's 3-1.
5th leg Gary to throw first. Game on.
That was a tidy
60.
recovery of the mistake, so 3-1 is far better than 2-2, but
140.
we know that James Welding doesn't go away. He's like a terrier on your ankle. He will keep nipping away until you hit that final
100.
double.
$92. $100. $80.
Big score here. Stone will have the game in his hands. Even if he can find another trouble, he'll feel like
100.
he has a error control. But by only getting one, yes, he's first to finish, but Welding will feel like he's got a set-up turn here to make it 3-2 and get the break back.
And that's some sort of set-up visit as well.
141.
He's in a magic position to break back, but will he get a go? It's all about Gary Stone now. He's taking his time.
So Welding double 12.
95.
Bring this
James
game
Car
back
24.
to 3-2 to return the game to throw and to ask Gary Stone some pertinent questions. It's double 6.
12.
Well, they really were
Gary
quick
Car,
fire
46.
attempts at a double. They may well be the last darts he throws in this game because Gary Stone returns for 46, returns for tops for the match, and he
James
makes
Stone
no
on the match, Gary
mistake. And Gary Stone moves 4 points clear temporarily at the top of the table, moves 4 clear of James Welding in what was a must-win game for the man from Wigan, a defeat which could be so costly, which may well spell the end of any lingering hopes of winning this group. For Gary Stone, well, he is beginning to set down foundations and lay down some markers. A 4-1 success against James Welding there moves him on to 14 points, and it means that Marvin van Velzen has to beat Johnny Sherwater after the break.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. and you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity infantry events.
Has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Go! Jaden Walker taken Britain! And Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes, the 1-2-1. Turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot on the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with the
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen. Just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship here from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where before the break we saw Gary Stone get the better of James Welding by 4-1. This game, our final match from the 4th round of fixtures, and it sees Marvin Van Velzen and Donny to go toe-to-toe. That win for Gary Stone before the break has opened up a 4-point gap between him and Marvin in second. A victory for MVV would cut that gap immediately in half, and that pair will go toe-to-toe in the final match of the session in around about an hour's time from now. But as far as this fixture is concerned, Marvin will go into it as a heavy favourite against Donny, who, a little bit like yesterday, came out the traps really well, but since hasn't really
24.
shown many glimpses of high quality. I know he won another game against even Paulson, but we haven't quite seen that high level from the Dutchman
95.
yet today, in a battle of two Dutchmen here.
Yeah, I think this is a case of how well who knows who here. I think that this is it's a must-win for Marvin.
58.
It is the last game in our next block, and everybody would have played 4 matches today.
180.
9 matches in the group in total. By the time we finish this match, and the group will start to be shaping up with just 6 games to go. 5 tomorrow and just 1 each left today, and we will have to... I just think it's one of those that if Marvin has any chance, he's really got to win this game if he wants to top the group.
69.
Or
Marvin
he's going to have to go
36.
6 from there on with his 6 last games, because I think Gary Scone will have a couple of games on him, and Gary will only need to win 4 out of the 6 to make it. So, yeah, it gets all a bit complicated, but you're going to have to stick with us here on Pluto TV, and all will be revealed.
96. Marvin 96.
Double 18.
60.
Doesn't
Donny
go for Van Velzen.
154.
So Shirota will come back for 154 to take out this opening leg. Not to be on this occasion, and so MVV will return for double 18.
100. Marvin
To get the
36.
break of throw that he needs at some point in this contest. Double 9.
18.
Well, this has been
Donny
the story of the day
54.
for Van Velzen. Missed opportunities at a double. Donny gets 1 at tops following the first start. He was looking at 18, double 18
34.
originally,
Marvin
but he's
Leclerc,
missed 1 at
18.
tops.
And you tend not to hit them when you've missed the big number.
Getting shot on the first leg, Marvin Van Velzen. Second leg, Marvin to through first.
Very interesting what Marvin did there. We've seen it at times. So he just took a step back. Ferry over from Calais to Dover.
100.
Which he posted on his social media. A very interesting picture of some very interesting food on the boat
13.
en route.
Wasn't sausage surprise, was it?
100.
That's where you put 4 sausages under the mash and the beans, and you only pay for beans and mash.
100.
And you scrape back the mash, and there's 4
Marvin
sausages
Leclerc,
under there,
164.
and that's sausage surprise. I don't know anybody that's ever done that on a ferry. I wouldn't know anybody that's ever done that on a ferry because that'd be naughty.
44.
And I should legally oblige by saying I
59.
wouldn't recommend
Marvin
anybody
Leclerc,
do something similar.
120.
No, it'd be very stupid indeed.
120 for Van Velzen. Went for 3 tops because Donny wasn't on a finish.
80.
And because it dragged low, went for the treble with dart 2, found the treble, and then was unable to locate the tops.
60. Marvin Leclerc, 40.
Donny's having a bit of an off game, and Van Velzen looking to punish to the hilt.
Getting
Does
shot on
there,
the second leg,
2-0.
Marvin Van Velzen.
Van Velzen doing all he needs
So
to
they
do
Donny to
here.
play first, game on. $45.
Looking down the fixtures, Van Velzen does play Gary Stone last game of the day.
59. $56. $140. $86. $132.
Excellent setup there for Marvin, leaves himself on the fish.
58. Marvin Leclerc,
A
170.
bit of a chore at the minute for Donny. And one more game against Adam Mould after this one. It looks like a game that's going to be over quickly.
105. 41. Marvin car 65.
So Van Velzen for 65 and 3-0. Nice way to go. Like it. We saw it yesterday.
Game shown the third leg. Marvin
Completes
Van
it again
Velzen.
today. 3-0 for Van Velzen.
Fourth
Another
leg, Marvin
breaker
to third
throw.
first.
And
Game on.
he's looking all good and dandy in this game.
With the darts to get the job done, and it will move him on to
100.
12 points. And also what it will do for Marvin is to continue that really good legs difference that he's got.
46.
Gary Stone won big last time. In fact, he's picked up a couple of half-decent scorelines in terms of victories, which somewhat in that department put Van Velzen a little bit on the back foot. But if he
55.
can win 4-0 here, he'll jump to the top of the table, above Gary Stone on legs. In fact, if he wins it 4-0 or 4-1, he'll go above Gary on legs difference because of the legs one of Marvin. Because if he gets to 4, then he has to be on 32 legs. Gary's on 31. They're both on plus 14.
134.
There's a moment in time. In fact, tell a lie, Marvin, of course, would be on 12, wouldn't he? Head of their battle in game 15 of the day.
140.
You can get into this situation
60.
when you're where Marvin is here and try and play a little bit too safe.
$59. Marvin car 152.
Be somewhere to win it. So the second treble doesn't
100.
oblige. He leaves himself on 52. Does Van Velzen to complete a 4-0 win?
36. Marvin car 52.
Tops. To end it
Finish on the match,
comprehensively
Marvin
for
Van
Marvin Van Velzen, he beats Donny Sherwater by 4 legs to 0. Coming up next, James Welding and even Paulson.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity infantry events.
Has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Jaden Walker taking Britain! And Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes, the 1-2-1. Turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot and
It's
the match.
Daryl Pilgrim with the
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second Max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12. To become
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I play darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen. Just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship here from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. As we head into the final round's worth of play, let's have an update on how the table is looking. And it's Gary Stone who has a 2-point lead for Marvin van Velzen at the top of the pile. James Welding and Adam Mould are both on 10. Donny Shearwater and even Paulson are the back markers. So, into the final round of the day, and it kicks off with a meeting between Welding and Paulson. For James, who wins this game, he'll end the day on 12 points. Then he'll have to await the result of Van Velzen and Stone in the final game to see where he will plot his path on Wednesday, whether he's got a realistic shout at Group A glory or whether he is trying to consolidate a position in the evening group on Thursday and Friday, which would be a tangible success for the man from Wigan.
Game on.
He takes on Ivan Paulson in the final match of the day, who is looking to
100.
pick up his first win. Lost his first 2 games 4-0 before 2-4-2 defeats thereafter.
140.
The good thing, if you're James Weldon and Adam Mould, you can only do what you can do. In the games before that last one, where Van Velzen and Stone take each other on.
140.
Yesterday, Van Velzen got the better of Stone, and that's probably what set his day up, because that was first game of the day. Today,
95.
going on the way that both players are playing, you'd fancy Stone to get the better of Van Velzen today, and if that happens, then Gary gaps himself and gives him a big chance
85.
to top the group with a few wins tomorrow.
56. Ivan the car 136.
136 for Paulson to get the break into lead 1-0. He has got 6 from here to take the opener on the Welding darts. There has been a couple of times today where
88.
he even has had to have a bit of a look as to whether a particular dart was in a particular target.
42. Ivan the car 48.
And he's eyeing up this 48. Eyeing up tops and now 10s.
28. James the car 148. 78.
For me, I don't think
Ivan the
that
car 20.
Ivan has been under this sort of pressure in his darting life before, and I think this is, at times he looks like a rabbit in the headlights, doesn't he?
Getting shot on the first leg. Ivan
Nicely
Springbok
used on
Paulson.
the first dart.
Second leg Ivan to throw
Break a
first.
throw.
Game on.
It's Welding under the pressure, and is he feeling the pressure because he lost his last game to Gary Stone?
57.
Well, I think the truth is, for these two, this is the biggest thing they've ever
76.
done in their career so far. And perhaps it's not a surprise whether that comes with a little bit of pressure, whether that can come with a little bit of anxiety attached as well.
100. $121. 54. 121.
Welding effectively
45.
takes the throw. It's all about he needs a treble.
93.
Finds one with the last dart. He's chasing around to get it.
$105. James McCann 90.
To square this game up, the ball.
65.
Oh, just a coat of paint away that. Clipped the wire of the 25. He's got a blocked path there.
45. James
Just wide
McCann
with dart
25.
free, so Welding to square up. Looking at double 12.
19. Ivan McCann 95.
For 2-0. Went the bullseye route. 85 left, treble 15. Would have given him a dart at tops, and so Welding
43.
return for double free
James
to
McCann,
square
6.
up.
Game shot in the second leg. James Welding.
Nicely done. Snotty double, that double 3. So nicely done
Third leg,
under
James
pressure.
First. Game on.
Now gets his throw back. It's all important that he goes off minimum requirement here with a ton.
97.
97 will do.
$60. $121.
Well, it's one of those games where James will know that he's got the higher level in the locker.
66.
And he'll feel like if he could just unwrap it for a few moments, he should do enough to win this particular
30.
contest.
Yeah, but what he has to be careful of, because Springborg Paulson has played okay in the last couple of games. He's looked like winning legs.
95.
And if he wins legs at the right time, it puts you under all sorts of pressure.
85.
Timing in this game is absolutely everything.
$44.
6 darts and 168. Was 1-0 behind in this match. Looking to go 2-1 in front.
140.
And he's left himself on a double to do exactly that. 2-14s upon his return to stamp his authority on this particular contest.
58. James McCann 28.
And he's got all the time in the
James
world, but he
Sean
only
third
needs
leg,
the one
James
dart. Welding 2, Paulson 1.
Fourth leg, Ivan to throw first. Game on. $91. $125.
2 more games to go after this. Adam Mould takes on Donny Shearwater and Marvin van Velzen against
100.
Gary Stowe. Big game at the top of the table to round off the action on this Tuesday afternoon.
38. $38. $60. $105.
Nicely done by even there. Even 167.
140. Abercar 167.
140 back at him from Welding. Treble 19. It's not going to be
84. James McCarr 138.
wayward last start. Once again causes a few problems.
98. Ivan McCarr 83.
Welding quick as lightning leaves 40, so it's 83. 16 for the ball. Bullseye.
45.
It's a
Change your
Marvin
car,
leaves 38. So, Welding for 40 and a 3-1 lead.
Getting shot on the fourth flag, James Welding.
And he makes no mistake whatsoever. And now James Welding
Fifth flag,
has
James
the
to third
darts
first.
to complete a 4-1 win to end the day.
Game on.
Put him on to 12 points, and we'll put him in a good position in terms of the race for Group B qualification. And who knows, depending on the result of the game
140.
between Van Velzen and Stowe, may just give him a glimmer of actually winning the group. But I think a lot of that will
43.
depend on Van Velzen probably doing a job on Gary Stoner. There being only a couple of point margin than Gary running full
58.
clear if he beat MVV in the last one.
$140.
For even there was signs
33.
early on in his game against Adam Mould that perhaps the promise we know he had was beginning to shine through, but after a good couple of legs, things just resided
58.
for him, and unfortunately for him here, it's been another performance which has been left wanting at times, and Welding just looking to
140.
put the final nails in the Dane's coffin here.
100. Change your car, 130. $42. I've in the car, 160.
This will be a mighty, mighty ask. The first one is there. The second one is there. Oh,
140.
would have been his crowning
Change your car,
moment
88.
so far in the last 2 days. Shakes his head as he walks away.
Getting shot on the
And that's a
match,
crowning
James Welding.
moment. 88 from James Welding, right when he needed it to take a 4-1 win over Paulson. Paulson gives him a high five. His last start was a miss at double top for a 160. He's having a good giggle about it, but wow. Welding wins that one with 82.08. 76 from Springborg Paulson, but it's 4 from 9 on Welding on the doubles. This is what's changing his game around. We head into a short break and we return without a mould against Donny Shearwater.
It's the ADC Global Championship here on Pluto TV, and we approach our penultimate game of Tuesday's action. Adam Mould takes on Donny Surewater in a game which could have big consequences for Adam at the top of the pile. A win here, move him on to 12 points and would keep him an interesting spectator ahead of the final game of the session, which is between Van Velzen and Stone, who are the top two in this Group A. For Donny, well, he started off with a win. He's picked up a couple of victories today, but there was cause for concern in his last game against Marvin Van Velzen. He was comprehensively outplayed, lost 4-0, and really struggled to get going in that contest. For Mould, well, he beat even Paulson 4-2 in his last match. In fact, he's won 3 out of his 4 fixtures so far. The only defeat that he's ascertained today was against Gary Stone, and that's a game that so easily could have swung in the other direction. Was he more prolific on the doubling?
Yeah, absolutely. And
140.
I think Mouldy would probably be pleased that this is his last game of the day. If you could have handpicked somebody to play, it would have probably been
84.
Either Donny or even in the situation that he's in. He's chasing that win to tighten things at the top.
58. $81.
Reminder, all these players are playing for a place in Sunday's grand finale. We kick off at
98.
1:30 ahead of the first dart being thrown in anger at 2. We will play till around about 7 o'clock in the evening. The quarterfinals followed by the semi-finals and the final over a slightly longer format. The final will be played over the best of 17 legs, and there will be, particularly in the latter stages, breaks as well in the matches due to the longer format.
80.
Mainly due to what he's done for the ADC, it would perhaps be appropriate if Adam Mould was involved in Sunday's action, but sport is a place filled with meritocracy and not sentiment.
40.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. But the amount of work that he does with the vault, particularly in his area, and obviously the ADC tournaments that go to Aylesbury as well, the bigger tournaments, it's one of those where you think, yeah, if there was
60.
If there was any justice
40.
within the system, you would like to see him in that last 8.
He'll be the first, though. You've got to earn it yourself, and
He's
he's earned that first leg by pinning double top.
Second leg, Donny to 3 first. Game on. $87. $180.
Nice opening darts there from Adam Mould. Will he follow it?
$40. $60. $86. $91.
So 170 left for Mouldy.
$60. Out of the car, $170.
Go on, Adam. He tried, but he failed
125.
quite comprehensively.
Come on, Adam, I live closer than that.
However, he's got so much time on his hands that he can even
77,
try, fail,
undercard
and then
45.
mop up and pick up the pieces thereafter.
Yeah, he didn't really need to go for it, did he?
13, Donny 151.
And this would be a bit of a showstopper if Donny could pull this one off.
$61, undercard 32. Game shot in the second leg.
2-0 all, the double 16 goes this time. And he's having it as comfortable could be. He's missed 8 darts at a double. And still, his opponent there, Donny Sherwater, hasn't had an attempt at the outer ring in this match.
125.
And that's the way to keep it.
100. $95. $100.
This match will also be the first game tomorrow morning, and we know that Donny does like to get out of bed quite well.
85. $60. $100.
Mold's left himself on 96 after a dozen to open up a 3-love lead, and it will put him to a bit of leg of winning this contest.
Undercard 96.
Double 18. Doesn't have to, but goes for it and gets it.
Yeah, as a dart player, you've got to go for it. You've got to believe in the system and believe in yourself. And
game on.
It's what you practice at home. You practice those combinations, double 18 across the double 9, tops, 10s and 5s,
85.
double 16, 8s and 4s, even 4s, 2s and 1s sometimes you practice. So you practiced all the breakdown combinations.
43.
Or if you don't, you should, because you need to get into a habit of hitting one of them on the run.
As Paul Nicholson would say, if you like a primary double, you've got to be good on the second or tertiary
55.
double. Tertiary meaning third.
100.
Why don't you just say the third then?
Because I wouldn't sound like Paul Nicholson then.
96.
I'm going to go home and get the dictionary out and start looking for long words for tomorrow.
$140.
Is it a bit like hippopotamic screening chematophobia, which is the fear of long words?
Wow. Yeah, I've got that. If I could spell it.
100. Donny 170.
Well, he hasn't even had a dart and a double in this contest, and the fishes are going to be netted by Donny. This could be the game
98.
here and now.
Donny 118.
Mould looking at 118 to complete his day. This would be some way to end the day. Double 19 would have been to have won it with a
99.
ton topper.
Donny 72.
Oh, great recovery dart. Double 16.
Game
He's
shot
still in
the
it.
fourth leg, Donny Sherwood.
One dart at double is all he's had in the contest,
Fifth leg,
and one
Adam
dart at
Defense
double he
first. Game on.
takes.
$83. 46.
Well, that first start was smack bang perfect.
180.
And after that first start, there was seemingly no other eventuality than a max.
$92. 128.
Well, Mould looking at 110 to complete the match for 1. It's a dart at double 19 to win it in the previous leg of a 118.
Out of the car, 110.
But unlike the previous leg, he has got time on his side.
50.
So Mouldy then
out of the car, 60.
for 60. Tops it is for the win. And it's tops that goes. Adam Mould beats Johnny Shearwater 4-1. Little mini comeback there. And a nice shot from Shearwater to extend the game, but he couldn't continue on. 92 average from Mouldy. Very nice indeed. 4 from 14. We head into a short break. And when we return with our last match of the day that has a lot of importance. It's Marvin van Velzen taking on Gary Stone.
Oh, baby!
You thought it was in that you could have given it to me?
I did with Taylor.
Where's Russ when you need him?
Gibraltar revisited. Right, come here, let's just put a bit of daylight between us. Bigger daylight.
I bet you want me to get this, Paul, don't you? I bet you really want me to get this.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone for the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another fact that it's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it? Or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's 2 options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player, he's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent is not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
Welcome back to the final game of the day here at the ADC Global Championship, and it is a big one as Gary Stone takes on Marvin van Velzen. The crescendo to our day may well be the game that sparks into life the battles for Wednesday at the top of the table. Gary Stone could open up a 4-point lead at the top of the table if he wins this game, whilst for van Velzen, he would jump to the top on legs difference of a victory against the man from Scotland. Well, these two were the heavy favourites, if the truth be told, at the start of the week. Not just to win this group, but probably to qualify for the grand finals on Sunday afternoon. And they go toe-to-toe in the final match on Tuesday to see who will take control of the first group of the week. And on the basis of today, who would you fancy to win this match, Scott?
Well, on the basis of today, you'd probably say with the averages and the ceiling, it's probably Gary Stone. Yesterday, Marvin beat Gary and went on and sort of had quite a good day off the back of beating him. But today, I think Gary's been the better player slightly than Marvin. So I would say Gary at the moment. And I'm not betting against Marvin because I don't think he can do it. I'm just saying on 100. The numbers and the figures that we've seen today, Gary had been playing slightly better. But whether he plays better in the moment because he knows this is a massive game for him. And that's the example that I am talking about right there with that first visit.
And if there's one thing we do know about Marvin van Velzen is when it comes to cup final mentality,
41.
which this game might feel like for him, we know that he can provide the goods.
He's got good memories up there at the moment. He's had good times up there as Marvin, so he will reel on all of those. He will think about all those.
$140. $134. Marvin car 160.
Van Velzen here's got 6 starts of 160 to draw first blood in this pivotal final contest of the day.
$85.
He's himself on 75. Stone can only set up, can only apply pressure from this point.
100. Marvin car 75.
Nice little 2-darter here would be a dream start for him. Holding 17.
35.
I think that shows the situation right there. It's a little bit anxious, isn't it?
Bullseye. Would have been for a pinch of an opening leg.
40.
Oh, an absolute steal as well. So Van Velzen needs to put this to bed.
Inviting guide. Perfectly utilises it. Had to double check it was him, but there's no mistake, Marvin.
Second leg got it through first. Game on. $95. $59.
And Velzen winning the opening leg, and unfortunately for one of our Super Series regulars,
96.
not a good experience at the Alexandra Palace today because Jim Long has been eliminated from the World Championship, beaten by James Hubble by 3-0. The reigning champion of the Super Series is in action a little bit later on. Darius Labanauskas takes on Ryan Joyce. Nolan van Leuven, who we've seen on this stage this year, about to take on Kevin Duets. We'll also see Fallon Sherrock in action against Ryan Meikle later on this evening. As two, will we see Wesley Plaisir in action against Peter Wright. Plenty of Super Series regulars in action at Ali Pali today. Although we're not going to see Wesley here for quite some time now.
121.
Picked up his tour card.
$140.
121 from Gary Stone to put him on 89, followed by a 140 from Van Velzen. This one here is starting to ramp up.
58. Marvin 68.
How's he going with 68? Nice treble 20.
Getting
And a nice
second leg, Marvin Van
double
Velzen.
4. I always find that really risky
Look like
going
Marvin
that
through
route.
first.
Because if
Come
you
on.
drag it into a 5 and a 1, and it was a really, it was to break the throw as well. I tend to much rather see people go sort of another route, the 48 route maybe. Because a 16 will leave you 52. And
140.
if you go either side, it's not so desperate really. If you know there's only a single 7 that you can hit, that will stop you getting a single to double combo. But
70.
Marvin's doing all the right things here to Gary Stone. He's getting in front, and he's got to now make Gary start think a little bit when
57.
things go wrong. And that could help him be home and dry.
$59. $59. $81.
Well, Van Velzen here, pushing and probing for a 3-0
134.
lead, and that 2 treble turn there has left himself on 111 after a dozen.
99. Marvin Akar 111.
He has got space, he has got time. Which is why he goes 25 with the first dart, or goes to the bullseye with the first dart.
55. $96. Marvin Akar 56.
Well, for 3-0 lead, Van Velzen looking at 56. Double top. He's been using those markers
16.
so well
Galileo
today,
Khan,
but not on that
96.
occasion.
He threw the last dart so differently to the second dart. The second dart was rather
Getting shown the third
robotic.
leg, Gary Stone.
And the last dart was a bit of a lunge, and I got to get rid of it like he had a hot potato in his
Fourth leg,
hand.
Gary to through first.
Well, it's given Gary Stone a route back into this contest. Marvin Van Velzen of an ironic raise of the eyebrow. He knows he should be in full control of this contest.
140.
Should be 3-0 up, and he should be pressing home for a whitewash win.
60.
And suddenly this game could have a different complexion to it, because
140.
Gary Stone, having won that previous leg, is just beginning to get his tail up a little bit.
$57.
And he's got 6 from here to square this contest up at 2-2, a game which he should have been 3-0 down in.
100.
So 121 for
140.
Stone.
Gary Carr, 121.
And plenty of time in hand to equalise this game up. Because his opponent wasn't
81.
finished, was looking at treble 7 to leave himself tops. And that's exactly where he is after a dozen darts.
It does feel like a bit of a hangover leg, doesn't it, for Van Velzen off the back of that missed double.
180, got to count 40.
Well, forget a hangover. That's given Stone a headache. It's forced the issue. When it looked like this was a
20.
formality, that this game was going to be level, and all of a sudden Van Velzen here, looking at 64 to break the throw, open up a 3-1 lead, and then have the darts for the match. It's going to be one in his hand, a double top. And this time there's no mistake from MVV. 3-1 to the good. Gary Stone is disconsolate.
Game on.
Because he knows he should be level in this match. Van Velzen's got the break. He's got a 2-leg buffer. And he's got the darts to go and win it now.
But we're looking at it from the outside in. 96. And maybe he shouldn't have had the last leg. And then Marvin just robbed one back off him, basically. But once you rob one, you really want to hold 60. That rob of a leg. And he hasn't really done that. And that's what's disappointed him. And now he knows he's got to go against the leg and against the darts to stay in the match.
180.
And now Van Velzen is really beginning to hit the afterburners.
100.
Average here in excess of 92, doubling at 50%. Apart from those couple of missed darts to make it 3-0, he's been pretty much word perfect on the outer ring.
140.
And now he's motoring, leaving 85 after 9.
We've said it before. He knows how to do this here, Van Velzen. He's got good memories here. He knows how to close games out.
And he could close it out with a potential 11 darter. Could close out with a bit of style.
45.
Leaves himself on tops to end the day on top. The dead cat 180 just to apply some scoreboard pressure. He's put his darts theoretically in his pocket in front of the eyes of Marvin Van Velzen. Double 5.
30. Van
Velzen, remember, missed 11 match darts against Adam Old. He's missed some here.
Game shown the 5th leg, Gary Stone.
Rob that one back. The old darts in the top pocket trick. Can't beat it.
Game on.
Well, it was very smart the way he did it, because he put it in the pocket as he walked past his opponent and then put it back down to the side of his pocket again.
Yeah, I've been up by that one in the past. Sneaky, but good.
What's it they say? The old ones are the best ones?
Oh, if only he had a couple of shillings in his pocket now to rattle behind him as well.
100.
Gamesmanship, Scott.
Never heard of it before in my life. We just go up there and everything's happy, hunky-dory, and 58. We just chuck at the board. It's a very simple game, Henry. I don't know what you're implying.
Just another game of darts.
140.
Here's the shillings being rattled in the pocket when you're at a place like Ali Pali with all that noise. The only person that stood close to you.
137. $97. 55. Marvin O'Carr, 164.
6 darts to complete it. And the setup turn's a very good turn. He's on the cusp, but he has missed starts to win this contest already as Marvin Van Velzen. Closing out games has been a little bit difficult for him at times. But can he see this one through? If he does, he is the league leader going into tomorrow.
22.
But he's spurred another couple.
He has, but once again, he only just hit the 2, and that kind of put him off for the next 2. Stone is now back into Rob, and we go 3-3.
Seventh and final leg, Marvin, you're through first. Game on.
Perhaps somewhat unsurprising that this game between the top two has gone the distance, and now the question is,
55.
Where is Marvin van Velzen at?
Yeah, between the ears is what
99.
we're talking about, I think. It's just, he's playing okay. He's getting himself chances. He's just got to continue to believe that he can finish the chance off. And in these moments as a dart player, you
47.
have to stand there and think, what would he do to me if I give him this chance? And you know what he's going to do to you. He'll hit it every time. So you've got to convince yourself when you get there first, that you can hit it by saying that very thing. Oh, I've just given all my secrets away.
Don't need them anymore, do you, Scott?
No, not the way I've been playing lately, no. I don't think I've been close to a winning double for a hell of an age, but there we go.
But even when we put you in a tournament where it was double to start, you forgot where that was.
128.
Absolutely. Absolutely. No, I'm in a good place, particularly when you're not playing. You're still brilliant, aren't you?
Well, Stone here in the last leg has left 94 after 9. Van Velzen needs a max.
137.
Some visit just to leave himself on a finish. Not to be, and so Stone has got 6 from here to turn a 3-1 deficit into a 4-3 win. It'll be the second
54.
time today that Van Velzen has spurred a game from 3-1 up, having had multiple match starts.
60.
Gary Stone may not know
40.
how, but he is on the cusp of winning this game. It's a game that Van Velzen has let slip, if the truth be told.
No score.
But that is clip the wire and bet the wire. That was mightily unlucky. It crashed off the barrel on the wrong
108.
side. He has left himself on a double. Gary Stone with 3 more opportunities to win this game at tops. And Gary Stone will be 4 points clear at the top of Group A going into Wednesday. Marvin van Velzen had a golden opportunity to ensure that they would be tied overnight, but he blew it. Missing opportunities to win the match, and look at the relief on the face of Gary Stone. An average of 91, 4 from 13 on the double. So Marvin van Velzen, he'll shake his head, wonder how that game was let slip, just like his match against Adam Mould. And now we'll have to try and win the group from a 4-point deficit. Well, Gary Stone, the winner of our last match. Gary Stone's top of the group, and Gary Stone's going to be joining us in the studio after the break.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity influencer events.
Has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes, the 1-2-1. Turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
and record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot on the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with the
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Balan Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12. To become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen. Just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship. We're going into the final day's play of Group A. Gary Stone has a 4-point lead over Marvin van Velzen, and that was courtesy of him winning the last game of the day before the break. Van Velzen had led that match by 3 legs one, had a multitude of match starts to cross the finishing line before going out to lose 4-3. That's not the only time that Marvin did that on Tuesday either. As far as today is concerned, Gary actually lost his first match to Donny Showalter by 4 legs to 1, but he won every single match there on in. He finds himself on 16 points, 4 clear going into the final day's play, and he's alongside me and Scott Mitchell in the studio now. Gary, many congratulations. Let's go straight to the end of the day, because I suppose that's the game that's really changed the complexion of the group against Marvin van Velzen. Would it be fair to say that your durability and your stickability were 2 of the key components in terms of getting over the line there?
That's probably the first time I've heard these 2 words in the one sentence in the last 12 years, to be fair. Listen, I think just, as you said there, you've got to just dig in sometimes, and winning ugly is worth every single 2 points is winning well. So I think I've learned that the hard way over the years, if I'm honest. No, it's nice. It's nice to get into the last day with a couple of points cushion, but it means nothing because I know how good these guys are. You know what I mean? So, still got a job to do.
I can imagine it was a day that could have panned out so differently, particularly after that opening defeat that you had. How important was it just to kind of forget about it and react as quickly as you could?
That's probably the hardest bit of the day because it's still annoying me now sitting here. To be honest, if I'm being honest, it annoyed me how rubbish I was, but. No, it's important just to put that to bed and just, you never know what can happen. I mean, Marvin probably lost a couple of games that he probably felt sitting there back in the back room that he shouldn't have lost. But this is darts, eh? So you just got to keep plodding on, and every win's important.
You had some moments of brilliance, including the 120 finish to get the better of Adam Mould. Okay, Adam wasn't on a finish, but this must have been nice nonetheless.
It's nice to hit a double. I mean, I felt as if my doubles have not been greater the last 2 days. I've been searching, It was weird because at Lakeside my finishing was great. My scoring was the thing that let me down at Lakeside, which was strange. It's never really been that way. My doubles were brilliant, and I've came here 2 days and my doubles have really been wayward. So it's nice to have that 4-point cushion. And hopefully we can sort these doubles out tomorrow and get the job done.
You mentioned that there about how your double is good at Lakeside, but your score is a bit off. Can you sometimes, as a player, because you know one area is a weakness, work hard on that, and then the other side of the game goes lacking because you've been focusing on other bits?
Listen, this game's all between the ears. This man, I'll tell you, he knows better than anybody. Everybody's got the ability to go up there and play well, but it's having that mental strength to just kind of, put that thing to the side and just crack on. Do you know what I mean? And I'm trying to learn the hard way. I've went and seen a guy, Stuart Robertson at 360 Performance Academy. I'm trying to put things right, and touch wood, things has been going all right.
Oh, I've seen it all right. Did your darts make your pocket there?
I know.
At 3-1 down, did they make your pocket?
That's the closest I've been all day, I think.
I was thinking, that old chestnut, poor little fella, just on the way by. Love it. Absolutely love it. Everybody's had it done to him.
What was your assessment of Gary's day as a whole?
Like I say, I feared for him after that first game. I thought he was making a little bit too much of it today, and I thought if he just gets through this first game, this is a straightforward game, he'd go through it, and he didn't. And then I thought, well, you're now starting to make problems for yourself because that's a more than winnable game. But I think what it actually did to him, it made him a little bit angry, and then he went through the day. And maybe if you hadn't have lost that first game, you wouldn't have had the 4.
I thought the exact same as you. I thought if I could just get this one out of the way, and then we can just carry on from there. But then I went, oh, this wasn't in the script.
No, absolutely. But I think if that didn't happen, you don't go and win the 4 on the trot and have the dogged determination you had. So I think it was a negative, but I think you used it as a positive.
Yeah, but which is unusual for me, to be fair.
I want to talk about mindset a little bit with you as well, Gary, and kind of where you're at in terms of the mental side of the game. We've spoken about it in the past. Is it something you feel like now has improved, particularly over the last 12 months or so?
I think it's improved massively, to be fair. It's still got a long way to go, don't get me wrong. I would probably say that Lakeside was the biggest disappointment I've had in the last 10 years, and that's God's honest truth. I went to Lakeside and I thoroughly believed that I was more than capable of going and winning that tournament. And I've had a lot of knockbacks over the years, as everybody does. It's part and parcel of the game. This man's served me up a few times. But you just got to kind of bounce back. I'm quite lucky that I've only had a week and then I'm back down here and I've had another bite of the cherry, if you like. So this has been ideal for me. I've not had that time to stew. I've not had that time to kind of beat myself up. So.
And I think that's a change of your mind thought as well, because before you would have beat yourself up. There's no two ways about it. And when you said that to me yesterday morning when you came in and you said, you know, I'm really pleased to be here to be able to right the wrongs. You've never been like that before.
No.
So I think your mind coaching stuff is working.
No, 100%. I could have easily came here on a downward spiral and just kept reflecting on everything I'd done wrong instead of saying, you know what, this is a chance to put things right. So.
Well, it's been a great day today. We wish you all the very best tomorrow. Thank you so much, Gary. In a sentence, Scott, because we haven't got long left, what will be your assessment of the rest of the day?
I think everybody else has been hit and miss and allowed him to get away, really. But it's all about him and what he does now tomorrow. It's not down to them. It's what he does tomorrow now to see whether he tops the group.
Well, Gary, many congratulations. Scott, thank you for your company. We'll be back tomorrow morning, 9:30 here on Pluto TV to see how this Group A culminates. Marvin van Velzen is 4 points off of Gary Stone at the top of the Group A table. It's going to be some march for the Dutchman to try and depose the Granite Scot. Gary was made of stone on Tuesday. We shall see you tomorrow morning from 9:30. Bye-bye for now.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity infantry events.
Has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Go! Jaden Walker taking breaking! And Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes, the 1-2-1. Turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot on the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with the
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen. Just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
I feel a lot less nervous than last time.
Can you remember what I said, Mason?
You said stop moving your body.